presence of the Chair of the Finance Committee, Senator Lauren Legarda. And I'll suspend this hearing first until we can ascertain the arrival of the LTO representative, Ms. Salazar. Siya po ang main witness, main resource persons sa umaga na ito. So, this session is
Good morning. I'd like to welcome Secretary Juan Paje and the DNR family, my favorite agency, which I have been heading. Pero baka on record, lahat ng agency karap po sinasabi ko favorite. Hindi. But alam naman nyo, in my heart, environment is number one. Diba? Basta wala lang extractive industries dyan. Anyway, so before we start, well, the reason why we're late is because Sec Mon and I discussed many things in my office. I hope you were served coffee. Thank you for coming in full force, all of you present here. Who can tell me what this is? Before we start, I will the COMSEC just, I won't acknowledge everyone. Can we just insert in the records, or you have to say it verbally? Or the stenographers? Yeah, anyway, before we start, so SecMon, excluding you, because I told you what it is, who can tell me what it is among those who are present here in the panel? I will give you additional budget if you know what it is. Hmm? What is this? This is called angud. Angud is the tip of an illegally cut log. At ito ang linalagay para mahila ng kalabaw. In 2007, Junyi, a Los Baños-based great Filipino artist who's now in his 70s, created an art show in the Cultural Center of the Philippines with 10,000 ang illegal loggers, he had to source them from illegal loggers. And they cut it and sold it to him. He gave me 3 pieces, which are my office, just to remind me of my advocacy against illegal logging. I said, what happened to the 10,000? Oh, I turned it over to the DNR after the 2007 exhibit in the Cultural Center. I said, where in the DNR? To the Ninoy Aquino Parks and Wildlife. So, I expect to see the 10,000 anguds in the parks, Ninoy Aquino Park, which has been declared a protected area, soon to be enacted into law as a national park under our expanded NIPAS. So perhaps, before I proceed with your budget, may I kindly ask, where are the 10,000 anguds? Because we want Juni, at no cost to government, to put it in an artwork similar to this, so that it's something that people can talk about, the children, etc. It's symbolic. Diba? It looks like something else, right? Sometimes. Anyway. So, who can answer? Who's in charge? Who's supervising authority over the Ninoy Aquino Parks and Wildlife? BMB. Yes. May we know, Director Lim, where are the 10,000 anguds in the Ninoy Aquino Parks and Wildlife, which we want to exhibit like this in 2007? Thank you.
Actually, there are a few remaining anguds now with us. We are still trying to account for the others because it's Yes, ma'am. So we're accounting the others, and we have already coordinated with Tang Junyi to be able to source out the remaining needs for the.
Yes. All you need to do actually is to find out the exact date when he turned it over, and he would know who he turned it over to in the Parks and Wildlife if he actually did it there. And whenever it was after 2007, who was never mind the cabinet member then, but really the superintendent or in charge, and where it went. Because it could have been sold. I don't think it would disintegrate. It's very hardwood. It's an important piece of art. So in case you stumble upon that in the Ninoy Aquino Park and Wildlife, please return to the superintendent. But they should account for that. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So I just wanted to open it to that to wake you up, so that and then maybe we will hear from the COMSEC to read everyone's presence into the record, please. Thank you.
Good morning. We would like to acknowledge the presence of Secretary Ramon Paje, Yusek Annalisa Te, Yusek Ernesto Adobo Jr., Yusek Demetrio Ignacio Jr., Yusek Jonas Leones, Asek Corazon Davis, Asek Michelle Angelica Go, Director Juan Miguel Cuna, Engineer Leo Hazareno, Administrator Peter Chanco, Executive Director Sibilio David Jr., and the representative of the PCSDS, Ms. Josephine Matulak, Director Josephine Matulak, and the rest of the staff, Director Teresa Mondita Lim, Director Ricardo Calderon, Director Henry Adornado, Director Mary Anzi de la Vega of the Department of Budget and Management. Thank you.
We proceed with the budget, please. Secretary Paje.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, Madam Chair, let me thank you for your unfaltering support to the environment and natural resources sector. I also would like to take note of the angud that you have raised, Your Honor. This is the first time, honestly, this is the first time I'm hearing it, that it was turned over to us. I will have it investigated, Your Honor. In fact, I've already given the instruction to Director Lim to investigate this, because this might be linked to the initial case that we have filed before for the loss of some tusks, elephant tusks, that were also stored in that park, that in fact has been adjudicated by the court, and the superintendent there has been convicted and already, and is now at large. I think is the same superintendent to handle this before. If it is, Your Honor, based on the investigation, then we will have to add this in the case that was filed against him, although he has been convicted already, Your Honor. So,
Sorry, I didn't want to add additional stress on that poor fellow. I don't mean to want to charge or convict anybody. I simply wanted to show you a work of art lying in my office, and I was pleasantly surprised to find out it was turned over to DNR. So I said, if you could replicate what he did in Cultural Center in the Ninoy Aquino Parks and Wildlife. Also because I really want to beautify the Aquino Parks and Wildlife. It is the only remaining forest in Metro Manila. And after the INI-PAS was passed on third reading, the lower house is expected to pass it within the month. I think they just have some local issues for some places, but maybe those complaining and don't want funding, okay, we can carve them out. We cannot hostage the other places that want to be declared into national parks. But that Ninoy Aquino Park and Wildlife is the only one declared in NCR as a forest, and that's how many? 20 plus? 25. 25. Is that titled to you? To DNR? Hindi eh.
there is already a proclamation, Your Honor, transferring that to us.
Oh, which reminds me, I remember during a workshop of the protected areas and the regional directors that was mentioned, the title during Arroyo administration was supposed to be transferred to you. Can you kindly facilitate the transfer of the title?
It is still with the NHA, Your Honor.
Yes, but they should implement that.
Yes.
Non-implementation of an executive order.
We have written several times, Your Honor.
Yes. Okay. Can I can also urge the NHA, in fact, in their budget hearing, I can ask them that, and they
Kindly,
should turn it over to you within the year.
Kindly, Your Honor.
Yes.
Please.
So kindly give me your latest communication to them, and I will write a cover letter for the immediate implementation, especially with the passage into law of the INI-PAS, which covers that area.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. There's no reason for them to keep that because it will never be a housing project or a mall.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your
And
Honor.
please keep it clean, make it the greenest, figuratively and literally speaking, park. That's under BMB.
Yes, Your Honor.
So there are park superintendents under BMB. Do we have the park superintendent? Anyway, sige.
They have.
Can we make it a sample of all indigenous Philippine species of trees and plants and flowers, flowering herbs, medicinal herbs in that area? Is it already such?
Actually, Your Honor, a portion of it now is being retrofitted by the BMB, and by November it might be finished. We will invite you. The one facing the North Avenue Road is now being developed. I think if you can ask Junyi to visit us, we might be able to use the remaining ones as an artist distributed
yes,
there.
I think Junyi is in touch with Mundita. In fact, I hope that it could house all Philippine indigenous tree species na kayang mabuhay in such a limited space, and all indigenous medicinal herbs and plants and flowering trees and flowering plants. So when you're there, you can actually see the biodiversity in terms of flora within the Philippines that can grow in a polluted metropolis like Metro Manila. And then second, it should be the model of ecological solid waste management, because if we see a piece of plastic in that park, why are we, the DNR, in our protected area, violating our own law? So, where is, who is head of, who's implementing that? The EMB? EMB?
But
Our
actually,
solid-
it's entirely BMB, Your Honor.
Oh yeah, BMB, but BMB should oversee the implementation of RA 9002. So, in short, it will be a model park where environmental laws are implemented and respected. And then perhaps you should also have a water catchment so that the water needed to water all these plants that I suggested to be there will come from rainwater. So the 1989 water catchment law should be implemented in that park. If you don't have one, so all your flush of your toilets and everything, lahat ng pagtubig ng halaman doon galing sa tubig ulan. So if you have a water catchment, if the indigenous tree species and plant species, if you actually have various bins for solid waste segregation, recycling, etc., composting, if you actually use organic compost, it can be a model park. You can even have teach-ins of students all over Metro Manila. So it will be a destination. Can we expect that from the BMB?
Your Honor, in fact, I would like to thank you for mentioning this para humakinig si Mundita. Ilang beses ko na hong sinabihan niya na gawin niya yan. But actually, Your Honor, the President of the Philippine Native Trees of the Philippines is actually our director, Dr. Antonio Manila. In fact, Your Honor, you might be able to see within the year some very, very endemic species na makikita mo na sa park within the year. Tony texted me that we have 5 plants there, including mangkono, the ironwood, which is growing only in Surigao. I saw the tree is almost as tall as this already.
Good.
Pinabol niya, nandun.
And we also want birds to come back. So you would know better. What are the trees and plants that bring in the birds? Maya and whatever. Even just the Maya, but birds. So have bird baths. Di ba ang ganda if you had all these endemic species and you have bird baths, and then yung lagoon, you'd know best what to do there. And then you really have clear-cut designation areas where you put your trash and segregated, etc. Yeah.
We will do that, Your Honor.
Yeah, thank you. That's our gift to the young Metro Manilans. So they have a breathing space. The lungs, it will be the lungs of the city. Okay. On that note, we started the budget and we
Thank you,
proceed,
Your
please.
Honor. We have a relatively long presentation, but I'll try to summarize it, Your Honor. Let me begin with I'll skip the agency framework and mandate and go straight to the major accomplishments from 2010 to 2015, and then I'll go immediately to the budget for proposed budget for 2016. I will be presenting, I think, 7 major programs, Your Honor, beginning with the National Greening Program. NGP, Your Honor, I would say is one of the most successful programs we have in the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. As of now, we are around 13% above target. The end figure for 2014 is 1,017,000 hectares already. Supposedly, the target is only 900,000, but we are in the 1 million level already. And as of today, September 15, the accomplishment for 2015 is already 186,497, making the total figure 1.2 plus for the whole country, Your Honor. We have also generated 2.6 million jobs, benefiting close to 400,000 upland farmers. If I may, Your Honor, let me show you some few photos, geotag photos of the current plantations that we have, Your Honor. This one, we are presenting it on a before and after, Your Honor, so that you will see what happened before and what happened, what is the situation now. This is, I think, in Ayungon. It used to be like that before, although natamnan na po yan. But it was taken 2011. The recent photo is 2014, I believe. It's already like that. The whole mountain is already covered. Let me go to the next photo. Yung ito naman ho, nung natamnan 2012, as of now, ganyan na ho ang itsura niya after. Next frame, please. Your Honor, this is an exotic species. I'm sorry to say this, but this is the Brazilian pine tree. Now, one of the most or the fastest growing species in the Republic. You can see the person there sa baba. Ano lang ho yan? Mga 4-year-old. Wala ho kaming makitang tanim na ganyang kabilis tumubo.
What is the use of the fire tree?
This is a Brazilian pine. So this is equivalent to
Is it a pine tree or a fire tree?
uh, pine, ano?
Fire.
Sorry.
How
Fire
come-
tree.
It looks like a coconut tree.
Yeah.
Ano
This is
pong,
also
ano pong silbi niyan?
Pwede po
Pangkain,
siyang i-rotary. Pwede siyang veneer.
veneer.
Para plywood.
Ah,
I-rotary mo. Kasi
so the
very
bark,
straight
oo, yung katawan niya for plywood.
ball. Substitute to falcata daw po.
I see.
Kasi the number one species now is falcata
may
for plywood.
prutas ba yan? Wala. Hindi kinakain.
Hindi ko po, I'm sorry,
Hindi
madam.
edible. Eh, yung mga
Hindi pa.
dahon, may silbi?
I think it's really for timber
For timber.
purposes. We
It's only
really
4
need,
years.
ganyan ho, no, 4 years. Siguro ito harvestable in 8 years. Harvestable in 8 years.
This is a 4-year-old tree.
Yes.
And in 8 years, it's harvestable.
Sa tingin ko,
How much is one piece? Or is it per metro? Per
sa
square,
average
what
ho
is it per-
sa Agusan ngayon, 1 tree would cost 2,000 pesos average. Eh, remember ho, tinanim natin 12 pesos yan. After 10 years, it becomes 2,000 pesos.
A seedling is 12 pesos.
And then
But
after
it's
10 years,
imported Imported species, no?
ang tingin po kasi namin, kung
When was it introduced?
lately lang po, kung gigilingin din lang naman natin, maski na ho imported, pwede na rin. Ang huwag lang natin i-harvest naman yung kamagong natin. So with the introduction of this, para bagahong sa
So this is a source of plywood.
Opo, para bagahong sa pork. Kung kinakain natin yung native pig natin, di naubos na. Ang kinakain natin araw-araw ngayon is the landrace already.
But we imported it, and then we already have our own seedlings now. We're propagating it already.
Yes, Your
It's
Honor.
not a continuing importation of the NGP.
Hindi naman po.
Yeah.
We will propagate it here. So this is one. Next frame. I think this one is what? Rubber ba ito? Falcata po. Ito ho yung second naman. This is the number one
Did you
source
say
of
that the fire tree, Brazilian fire tree, is the replacement for the falcata?
substitute.
Substitute.
Parang plywood din. Kasi for plywood.
A falcata is for plywood.
Ito. This
But
is
this is
falcata.
how many years?
Ano lang ho ito? 3 years lang po yan. Look at falcata.
How many
ho.
years can you harvest the falcata?
Supposedly ho, mga 10 years maganda-ganda na. Pero ngayon, sa demand, at 5 to 8 years daw, hinaharvest na eh.
So both the Brazilian fire tree and the falcata can be harvested within 8 years.
This will save the wood industry of the country. Ang point ho kasi namin, supply the wood industry so that we save the natural forest that we have. If we don't have this, the pressure to the natural forest, grabe ho.
The water absorption of the Brazilian fire tree and the falcata.
Definitely ho, any fast-growing tree would absorb more. Ang lamang ho naman natin, ang tubig natin, sobrang dami. So,
El Nino tayo sa susunod na mga buwan.
but actually, if you have the trees, if you have these trees, this will save El Nino because they can contain,
water.
store more.
So
They store
both
more.
the Brazilian fire tree and this falcata, which is
They can
endemic,
help save more water.
are storers of water.
They
They
can store
consume
more
water,
water.
but they store water.
Yes, they
So
store more
these
water.
are good in denuded areas, mountain areas.
To improve the water holding capacity
yeah.
of watersheds.
Oo.
Opo.
So are these used for watershed? Is my understanding correct that these are good for watershed plantations in watershed
Opo,
areas?
especially the open areas. Kasi mayroon lang hong species na nabubuhay only dun sa may canopy na rin. Kasi they need shade. Ito naman,
Kailangan
open.
ba ng
Open.
araw nito o kailangan na araw?
They need sunlight para mabilis tumubo.
How
And
much is a
water.
seedling of falcata? 12 pesos din.
Mas mura po ito.
Mas mura.
We can produce it at
How
what,
many
5
meters
pesos.
are they planted apart? Ilang metro?
Mayroon ho kaming approach. If you plant it at 2 by 2, 2 by 2, then you can plant 2,500 seedlings per hectare. If you plant it at 3 by 3, it's 1,111 per hectare.
So you can plant 2 by 2, 2,500 per hectare.
But you have to thin it afterwards. Naalala niyo mo, pinag-usapan natin yung mga tinanim mo sa kwan, di ba? So, if you thin it, it grows.
Alam kong maraming pumula noong 1998.
Pero good na.
Mali daw ang aking ginawa.
But it's
Pero
okay na.
tingnan nyo ngayon, ang ganda.
Ang ganda. Kasi
Oh,
pang
hindi-
highway naman
Hindi
siya.
ko naman ginawa to pang harvest eh.
Yes,
Ginawa ko
precisely.
yon look.
Yes.
Alala nyo, bago 98 ko may latrato kayo, ano yon? talahib, garbage dumps.
Ngayon, hitik.
Ngayon, tabi-tabi siya. Ang ganda niya.
Pero hindi siya lalaki.
Hindi siya lalaki.
Kasi hindi
Alam
naman
ko
siya
yun.
pang-harvest.
Yes.
Ito naman, para siya lumaki sideward, kailangan i-thin mo siya.
2 meters.
Yung 2 meters, pag tinin mo yung gitna, magiging 4x4.
Ang isang ektarya ng either falcata or Brazilian tree with 2,500 trees can, at 12 pesos per seedling for 8 years when you harvest, can give a farmer magkano in terms of the wood harvested?
First of all, it will not reach 2005 because you really have to thin it. Meaning you have to cut at year 2, year 3, you have to cut the one in
Pag
between.
harvestable, ilan? 1,000 na lang, kalahati.
Hindi siguro. I think mataas na ho ang 600 yan.
Ganun lang.
You really have to clear it, thin it after 2 years, another thinning
So
after,
why plant 2,500 if it will just...
so that it will grow fast. Kasi kailangan maging
No, I
matuwid
mean,
mo na siya.
why don't you just plant 600 to start with and plant it na meters apart?
It
Why
will not
waste-
grow tall.
Ano
it will
kung
not
walang katabi?
Yes.
I see.
The reason why you're planting it side by side,
Oh.
so that they compete for the sunlight and it
I
grow fast.
see.
If you plant it
So you need
far
them
apart,
just so that they grow fast.
Yes.
But you thin it, when those that are thinned throughout the years, within the 8 years, can you sell them already?
pag
No.
binibili na ho yung pantukod sa banana,
So binibili
actually
na rin yun.
binibili na yung tinin, ginagamit for crate,
I see.
paggawa ng crate sa
Yes.
pag-crate ng banana rin o prutas, at saka ginagamit din sa pantukod sa banana.
I see. Pero yung 600 yon, magkano ang kikitain ng farmer kung ito'y bebenta na gagawing
Your Honor, sa 2,000
plywood?
sa 2,000 pesos per tree.
It's 2,000 pesos per tree.
At
What's
600, that's still 1.2.
1.2 million per hectare.
After
Tama ba yun? 120,000? Hindi.
2,000 times 600 eh.
600 trees times
1.2 po.
2,000, 1.2 million.
1.2 million. Kami, ang target ng namin dyan is only 800.
800.
Kumbaga sa yung 1.2 is ideal. Pero kumita lang ang farmer ng mga 600 to 800,000 per hectare after 8 years. My golly, Your Honor,
So
there is
if
no
I
business that can
planted,
compete with this.
if I planted falcata in my first term when I learned this from you, if I learned this from you in 1998, when I retired in 2019, in 100 hectares ko may bakante, ang daming bakante, imagine, ba't
That
hindi
is
mo
the-
ko tinuruan noong 1998?
Your Honor, that is the...
Nakailang 8-year cycles na ako.
No, you've been planting it, Your Honor, for environmental purposes kasi.
Not for myself.
Not for, no. So, but the beauty of the fast-growing species, Your Honor, is that in your lifetime, or in our lifetime, you can harbor maybe 4 times. In Europe, Your Honor, in temperate America, don't ever expect to harvest what you planted because it will be your children or grandchildren who will harvest it because it takes 100 years to grow a timber as size as the 10-year-old timber
Here we have
we
8 years.
Yeah.
How
Because
interesting. Yeah.
dito ho, we have 365 days of rainfall, 365 days of sunshine. Doon ho, may winter na. Mayroon pang autumn.
Where is the
Dito naman.
ideal place for this?
Mindanao, of course, the best.
Mindanao. How about other denuded areas or
Unfortunately,
in
northern Luzon is really dry.
northern?
Luzon is really dry.
You need some rain for this.
Oh, you really need
How about
rain.
southern Tagalog? Meron pang lugar.
Maganda rin ang tubo dyan.
Mm-mm.
Southern Tagalog is good. Kasi
Gusto ko
maulan.
magtanim.
Just tell us where to plant, Your Honor. We'll give you the... Next frame, what's the... Meron pa ba? Ito naman ho is what? Kape. Kape ho. Sa Surigao del Sur. Next frame. Ano to? Mango ho. Look at this, Your Honor. The difference, Your Honor, that's why we would like to present this in this manner. If you plant 2 by 2, you can plant as much as 2,500 per hectare. But look at the range, Your Honor. The same 1 hectare, for mango, you can only plant 100 because the spacing is 10 by 10. For 10 by 10, you can only plant 100 seedlings. For 2 by 2, you can plant 2,500. So look at the difference. The same 1 hectare, but the seedling requirement would range from 100 to 2,500, depending on the species. That is the reason why we would like to present it in this manner, Your Honor, so that you will be apprised of 100 for mango, 2,500 for other species. Thank you. Next frame. This graph, if we have shown this before, Your Honor, we told you that by around 2014, we will be able to reverse the tide. Dati-dati, mas marami hong kalbo, yung pula, and then yung green, yung forested. Meaning, ang forest kasi noon natin, forest land actually can be categorized into two parts. One is the forested, and the other one is the grassland, o yung walang tanim, yung kalbo. From 2010 ho, ang forested natin is only 6.84. Ito po yan. Ang ating kalbo, mas marami. Almost 9. 8.97. Siyempre, natatamnan natin yung kalbo, nagiging forested siya. As we move on, lumiliit yung kalbo, dumadami yung natamnan. No, Your Honor. That's why I...
Pakiulit yung joke.
Your Honor, dito ho sa pinapakita namin sa inyo, di ba mas marami yung denuded, yung sabi nga natin, kalbo. Pero ngayon, umuunti-unti na kasi tinatamnan natin yung kalbo, nagiging forested siya. So pag gumagalaw siya, dumadami yung forested, lumiliit, yung mababa yung kalbo. Ang alam namin ho, by 2014, dapat na-cross namin yan. So, as of now, we will declare this, Your Honor, officially by the end of 2015. Because it will be glaring already. It will be 8.04. Bagsak na ho talaga yung denuded.
Ilan ang matitirang open denuded areas by the end of the NGP program at the end of the Aquino administration on June 30?
Malaki-laki pa ron. Ayun pa ho, 727.
7 million hectares
Opo.
are open and denuded,
Yes, Your Honor.
which are public land.
And with the rate, before we took over, Your Honor, the average is around 20,000 hectares per year, natatamnan. Ito dapat ho, itong 8.9 na yan, ang computation namin, it will take 230 years to reforest this country.
How many hectares would you have planted by June 30 of 2016?
It will be 1.6. We will be 100,000 plus beyond target.
No,
Ang target
the
namin,
total.
1.5 eh.
So 1.5 million hectares
Apo.
would have been planted. Do we call it reforested? Because NGP is not a reforestation program. It is a poverty reduction program that uses trees.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right?
Yes.
So is it considered reforestation? Because when we say reforestation, baka isipin, it's really to increase our forest areas. No. It's a poverty reduction. It's mangoes and cacao
yes.
and kape.
But substantially, forest species pa rin po. But the reason, Your Honor, why we tweaked it in this manner, we have a paradigm shift when we started this, is because we learned from the old reforestation program that there is a major concern there that caused the failure. And that is the failure to address the real need of the upland farmers. Dati-dati po kasi, we give the reforestation contract to the farmer, require them to plant within a 3-year period. Pag malalaki na po siya, they are required to turn over the plantation to the state. Eh wala, nahulit silang kita. So ang ginagawa ho niyan, marami
Papakinabangan nila ngayon.
sinusunog nila yan, puputulin nila, para i-hire mo ulit sila.
In short, what you
Pag-sweldo.
did with NGP was, naintindihan nyo yung human,
The requirement.
natural sa tao yun eh. Kung wala kang pakinabang, wala kang interest, hindi mo, I mean, that's wrong. It's bad. Kasi ganun ang tao
So,
eh.
ang ginawa ho
Oo.
namin ngayon,
Wala silang stake.
Opo. Ang ginawa ho namin ngayon is, we made it as a poverty reduction program, as a food security program, in the environment becomes a bonus.
Hindi ba dapat ang DA ang gumagawa niyan? Agriculture. Hindi kasi cacao at lahat ito. Meron ba kayong counterpart dito sa DA? Hindi.
Agroforestry naman ko kasi ito eh.
Sa bagay, this agroforestry.
Oo.
Anyway, proceed. So, by the end of 2016, June 30, you would have planted 1.5 million hectares, which is beyond target.
O mga 1.65 siguro kami.
Okay, 1.6 million hectares of open denuded areas previous to 2010 would have been planted to the various species you already mentioned in other parts of the country. These are geotagged. These are not ghost projects. This can actually be inspected and seen, and these are, COA can audit you. There are standing trees, and there are recipients, and it was planted.
Your Honor, so that you will...
And we're referring to open denuded areas in all regions of the country, including mangroves, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Your Honor, just we would like to prove to you, Your Honor, that the monitoring is very strict on this. Just to prove to you, Your Honor, that we are somehow doing it very well. The FAO report, Your Honor, is here. The FAO released the report already, they called Global Forest Resources Assessment of 2015. In this report, Your Honor, the Philippines is now number 5 in the whole world for forest gain. Remember, Your Honor, almost always in the past
What
we
is
declare...
FAO, the Food Agriculture?
Yes, Your Honor.
Bakit sila ang nag-a-assess sa inyo?
Sa ibang countries kasi, Your Honor, forestry is under agriculture.
In their setup.
Almost
So this is an FAO report that
They-
assessed the National Greening Program?
Yes, yes. The whole world, the greening program for the
The
whole
greening
world.
program of other countries as well?
Yes.
Can
It-
you kindly give us a copy?
We will give you, that's why I'm
Okay.
showing this, Your Honor, because
And what did they say?
we are now, remember, Your Honor, for the past 3 decades, you always report forest loss. In fact, the average is 100,000 hectares per year, forest loss. But now,
In the Philippines?
in the Philippines. But now, FAO...
You're saying that that's the regular forest loss every year?
But
And
remember,
including the 5 years that you were doing
Yes.
NGP?
But remember, Your Honor,
Yeah.
we declared total lag ban, and therefore, na-minimize mo yung hemorrhage. There is no more
So
forest
the declaration of total lagban, not by legislation, but by the executive order.
Yes, if-
But this is only on primary and secondary forests,
Yes.
or just primary?
loss. So you remove the forest loss,
Yeah.
meaning you remove the hemorrhage, and then you have a rate of around 300,000 per...
There's a total lagban, but there's still logging, illegal logging. And we're
Your
not
Honor,
able to stop all the illegal
As
logging.
you have mentioned, Your Honor, this is now Carabao logging. Because any equipment you find in the forest now is considered illegal, anyone can arrest them. So
Okay.
the massive loss of timber in the forest cannot happen anymore because there is no equipment in the forest now. You only use Carabao. And that is the one you're showing to us, and this is Carabao logging. So, as the FAO report says, Your Honor, we are number 5 in the world, number 2 in Asia, and number 1 in Southeast Asia in terms of forest gain. Allow me to give you this copy, Your Honor. And this is because of the NGP that you have provided us, Your Honor, for the past 5 years. Next frame. With respect to...
So 1.5 million done, and how much spent by the time, total? To
By the-
accomplish the 1.5 million hectares of trees planted by June 30, 2016, the government would have allocated how much total?
We made a study on this, Your Honor, as to the cost and benefit analysis of the NGP. We would be spending approximately 35 to 36 billion by the end of 2016. One half of that, more than half of that, will go to the upland farmers for salary, seedling production, and so on and so forth.
I'm sorry.
Your Honor, let me give you the figures in very succinctly.
I simply want to know, for the 1.5 million hectares accomplished by the end of 2016 June, how much total funds was given to the NGP, and do we compute that per hectare? Is it
Yes.
so simplistic to do it X number of billions divided by 1.5 million, we spent this much per hectare
Yes.
for the NGP.
Yes.
That's what I want to know.
The average cost will be around 20,000 pesos per hectare, Your Honor. The total cost will be around 35 to 36 billion by the end of 2016.
So 35 billion pesos in 6 years to cover 1.6 million of denuded areas.
Yes.
And if you divide that, you have a calculator, it would amount to 35,000 pesos spent per hectare.
I do not know but I
Check niyo
think
kung tama
more
yung
than
math.
20,000 pesos lang ho per hectare.
Okay, if we did not embark on an NGP program, the 8 million remaining denuded would have been 9.5, correct? Because you reforested 1.5, 1.6.
But we have a good figure, Your Honor, in analyzing it. What we did is to compute the number of trees. We are supposed to plant 1.5 billion trees, Your Honor. Ang kinumpute ho namin, we only got 10% of it. Meaning 10% of 1.5 billion is 150 million, right? 150 million at 2 pesos per tree na lang after 10 years. That's 300 billion, Your Honor. We are spending 35 billion. In 10 years, it will be the value of 10% only, Your Honor, not 50, not 100. Only 10% is already 300 billion. So,
Clearly, because it's an investment eh.
Opo.
What otherwise would have been an area that's denuded, you planted trees of seedlings worth 10 pesos and then took care of it 10 years, tumaas ang presyo. Good. It's an investment, but it would have been harvested by the custodians of the land. Correct? It does not go to the state.
only, remember, Your Honor, that the NGP also plants mangrove. That cannot be harvested. We also plant in protected areas. That cannot be harvested. But we have areas which are really designated as production forests, especially the CBFM areas. There we can harvest.
Of the 1.6 million hectares that would have been planted by June 30, 2016, how many are production forests? What percentage are mangroves, and what percentage are in protected areas?
Let me give you the figures later on, Your Honor. But I think close to
70% are harvestable.
60%, Your Honor.
CBFM areas.
Opo. Yung iba doon is protected areas na, yung iba mangroves na, yung iba beach forest na, and so on and so forth. Critical watershed.
60% you can harvest.
Opo.
And the 40%, yun ang mangroves at saka protected areas.
Opo.
So, we cut down by, there's still 8 million. In short, there's still 8 million hectares in this country which are denuded areas which can be planted, which are not being used at all. Is that
It
how?
will be 7,000, 7 plus na lang po. 7.4.
7 million.
Opo. 7.2.
7.2 million.
May
That's
iwan.
still a lot.
It's still a lot, Your Honor. That's why it will take 230 years. At the rate of 30,000 pesos, 30,000 hectare per year, it will take 230 years to reforest this country.
No. In 5 years, you were able to do 1.5 million hectares.
If we have the NGP, Your Honor.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah.
With the NGP, you were able to finish 1.5.
Yes.
There will be 7 million remaining.
Remaining.
So all you need is 5 more years of NGP to cover all the 7.2 remaining after June of 2016. Is that correct? Yes.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, Your Honor, the
I'm sorry,
1.5
sorry.
is 5 years.
5 years, correct.
6 years.
Okay,
15
okay.
years.
Correct,
Ang
correct.
tingin po namin, we'll be able to finish the
15 years
comfortably.
pala, not just for this current.
Comfortably, the 7.2 can still be finished in 25 years. Around 4 administrations. Pero 230 years naman ho ang katapat namin. Kung hindi kami nag-NGP, it will take 230 years.
Okay,
With
my
the
question
NGP,
is,
it will take 25
before
years.
the NGP, what was being done to utilize these 9 million hectares of denuded open areas?
Mayroon po kaming previous programs ito. Ito po yung Reforestation Loan 1, Reforestation Loan 2. Ito yung mga loans sa World Bank, ADB, and so on. Ito hong NGP is zero borrowing. This is all GOP money. So, wala ho kaming binihiram na pera dito. So, ang...
So, in previous administrations, it was all borrowed money,
Yes.
reforestation efforts in the same denuded areas you mentioned. So, from 1986 to 2010 to
Opo.
2010, how many millions of hectares were reforested?
That's a good question, Your Honor. For the past, actually we have the figure, Your Honor, for the past 50 years.
Of 50.
From 1960 to 2010.
That's when I was born.
Yes, Your Honor. When we were
1960.
born.
Okay.
1.2.
O sige, 1960 ang peg natin. So,
Actually, Your Honor, the NGP will exceed the accomplishment of past administrations for 50 years. Kasi the total planted area for 1960 to 2010 is 1.232 million.
again, in
1.232.
55 years, in
50
50
years.
years, from 1960 to 2010, the
1.2.
total reforestation
Yes.
accomplishment was only 1.2 million hectares
To
in
be exact,
50
Your Honor, it's
years.
1,232,269
to know,
hectares.
Assuming you are accurate, what you're telling me is accurate, and hindi yung binibilog ulo ko these are facts importanteng
We can give
accurate
you
to.
the
Sige.
report, Your Honor.
Okay. From 1960 to 2010, in 1960, ilan yung open denuded areas?
Sa tingin ko, Your Honor, mas maliit pa because we are declaring a loss every year.
Okay, never mind that.
No.
So, in 50 years, governments were able to, the various administrations were able to reforest 1.2 million hectares.
Yes, sir.
In 2010 to 2016, the Aquino
1.6.
administration, under your leadership, would have reforested 1.6 million hectares.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, it sounds good. Very good.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If that's, hindi pa ako tapos eh. If that's accurate, and if the investigation on the ground would reveal that what you planted actually grew and could benefit the people in that area. Now,
Yeah.
if it could be done, why was it not done? If it could be done that way, why was it not done?
Your Honor,
We relied on loans
Yes.
and patingi-tingi na planting.
the reason here, Your Honor, why it was done, I know it can be done, is first the government must have a conscious decision. The government must make a conscious decision to really focus on rehabilitating the forests. That is the reason why in 2010, I went to the President and asked for an executive order. That is the reason why we have a full program, because the President signed Executive Order number 26, declaring the National Greening Program as a national government priority. So that was lacking in the past administration. We never had a national priority.
We had reforestation. Remember, I've been sitting here since 1998. I would ask about reforestation programs, and they would mention loans, etc. And it's difficult to monitor where these loans went, to which reforestation, but never mind that. However, there have been reports in certain areas, not in all, that alleged failure of NGP insofar as mangrove reforestation is concerned in Yolanda-affected areas. Diba? Nabasa yun sa periodiko. Nahuhuli yung may delay ang dating ng seedlings, may manipulation sa presyo ng seedlings para sa mangroves. I'm referring to Region 8. In fact, I have some documents here. I just don't want to put anyone in trouble. There are some documents, reports from the field in Yolanda-affected areas.
I'll be honest with you, Your Honor.
Delays and manipulation of pricing.
Not only in Yolanda areas, Your Honor. Those things are still present. The only difference now, Your Honor, is that the monitoring system that we are developing, or we are using, is very precise. We are now using geotagging, meaning this is the picture that will take the area. Can you show some pictures with geotag, yung kanina? Na doon po mismo sa, yan ho, ang sinasabi ho namin geotagging, ito po, this is the longitude and latitude. So, pag yan kinuhanan mo ho, pati yung date taken, yung time, up to the minute, nandyan po. So, meaning, pag
All
gusto
the 1.6 million hectares have been geotagged?
wala pa ho kaming 1.6, nasa 1.2 pa lang kami.
Okay.
Opo.
I mean, I'm talking 2016. Or the 1.2, which is comparable to the 1.2 of 50 years, no? All these 1.2 sites, million hectares on the sites have been identified and geotagged.
Alam
So
niyo ho-
walang ghost dito.
Alam niyo ho kung ba't nangyari yan? It's because of you also. You put that in the Appropriations Act. Nakalagay po sa Appropriations Act that the monitoring should be geotagged. So, nakalagay na po sa... So, nandyan ho yan sa Appropriations Act.
Because I really want transparency
Same
in
here,
the
Your Honor.
judicious utilization of funds for the NGP. Because there have been many criticisms hurled at the program.
This is
And
not...
yeah.
This is an unsolicited advice, Your Honor. You can do that for all programs. Meaning you can do geotagging
Correct.
for irrigation canal.
Correct.
You can do geotagging for barangay roads. You can do geotagging for anything.
Yes.
By using this, Your Honor, you can do it satellite-based, that the picture will reflect the longitude and latitude. Meaning, gusto nyo hong puntahan ito, you will see the
Can you
same.
kindly give me, maybe not now, a recommendation on what projects, not under DNR, can be geotagged?
We will list down all the projects. that we
I
can-
will require it as a special provision.
Yes, Your Honor.
Number one, two things. First, we have climate tagging in terms of budget. But number two, I want DRR tagging in the budget. But that's different. That's earmarking to comply with climate adaptation and mitigation and for disaster risk reduction. Iba yon. But geotagging for transparency and to make it easier for the COA, let's require geotagging where necessary and where applicable. Ayun, ang ganda, for full transparency in the budget process. Unfortunately, as I told you, I have an 11 a.m. meeting, may nag-antay doon. 15 minutes, I could not say no. So I'll give you a coffee break, then I'll
For
come
you,
back.
Your Honor. We'll wait.
And when I come back, yeah, you continue with this and kindly give me the same questions I'll ask with regards to our seas,
Yes.
our waters, our seas, in terms of corals. No. So my question is later, would you have done as good for our corals? I want to know the state of our corals. We're an archipelago. There's a West Philippine Sea dispute. The hungriest and the poorest people are our rural fisher folks. What's the status? And not just corals, seagrass beds, etc., etc. Educate me on our coral, the state of the corals in our country, vis-a-vis our NGP. I'll be gone 30 minutes. Yes, you can go to the lounge. Sagot ko lahat ang kakainin nyo sa lounge. Charge to Attorney Yoli Doblon.
Thank you very much po.
Check, sound check, hello.
In a few minutes, we'll resume the hearing. The chair is already at the door. May we request the panel to be seated?
Hindi bawal kumain habang naghihiring kasi bawal magutom. So, you can continue to eat as long as you're quiet. So we proceed with the NGP of Secmon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are now on the next frame. This is, Your Honor, the existing status of our campaign against illegal logging. When we started in 2010, Your Honor, there were 197 illegal logging hotspots in the Philippines. As of now, we only have 23 remaining. Let me mention to you, Your Honor, these are the recidivist areas. Of course, Agusan area, portion of Davao, and portion of Quezon and Aurora, and Isabela areas, Your Honor.
Who are the suspected loggers in those places?
The figure, Your Honor, we have filed 1,549 cases. We have already a report of 202 persons convicted, Your Honor.
Are there any politicians, local or national, who are implicated in this alleged illegal logging activities?
Unfortunately, Your Honor, sa report na ito, kadalasan ito yung mga trabahador. Yung pahinante, driver ng truck, yung mga ganon. Yeah, that is
What is the illegal logging in Quezon?
General Nakar is
Kar, remember in 2004, in Desyembre, yung malaking bagyo, anong tawag doon? Ano pangalan ng bagyo yun? 2004. Nagpunta ako.
Landslide.
I went to Real and to
Mudslide.
Infanta and Nakar.
Yeah.
Yung nag-landslide, nahulog mula sa bundok, puro logs nun.
Typhoon Winnie daw. ma'am.
Winnie ba yun? Oo. Yun yung ganyan kalalaking mga logs nandun sa gitna ng highway. So patuloy pa rin ang logging. Bakit hindi natin mahuli?
Your Honor, this is already. Your Honor, we can guarantee you that there is no large-scale logging in the entire Republic.
You mean these are residents in the areas?
Ito ho yun yung sinasabi nyo. These are the Carabao logging, hihilahin. Kasi ang one major decision, Your Honor, that we made in the Executive Order number 23, which is the logging ban, says that any equipment in the forest considered illegal, therefore can be confiscated at any time. So, kung ikaw ho mayroong traktora, hindi mo i-risk na yung troso mo 100,000 pesos, yung traktora mo 5 million. So, Carabao ho ang ngayon ang ano. But, yung Carabao naman ho, very, very problematic kami dyan because this is already a social issue. Because of poverty incidents, yung tao sa upland, ang pagtingin nila sa gubat, source of livelihood. Kaya nga ho, nililipat namin sila sa NGP sana. Meaning, wag na kayong pumutol ng kahoy, magtanim kayo ng palkata. Wag kayong pumutol ng kahoy, magtanim kayo ng kape, kakao. Kaya sana ang direksyon namin. That is not in 1 year. Because the survival rate is computed after planting by the farmers, they are still required to maintain it for the next 3 years. Pag may namatay, papaltan nila. Namatay ulit, papaltan nila. Namatay muli, at their cost. Na yan. Total, yung tinatanim naman ho nila kanila eh. So, ang objective lang ho namin is that when we geotag it, dapat ganun, yung mga pinakita namin sa inyong picture. That it should be like that na. Pero, hindi namin kayo magagarantiyahan that year 1, it looks like that. No, Your Honor. That is very, very ideal. When we plant after 1 year, you expect casualty mga around 40%. Rain-fed ho kami, wala kaming irrigation eh. Pag hindi ka dinat na ng ulan, of course may casualty ka. Kaya ganun, kinonstitute namin yung programa ng ganun. Para ho, yung survival rate, ma-attain namin.
Just in terms of the numbers, there's a certain disparity, just for clarification. In the NGP budget for 2016, it's 10.192 billion. In the special provision of DNR OSEC, the amount of 6.32 billion is appropriated for site maintenance and protection, site preparation and mobilization. Okay? Per the report of DNR, the cost of maintenance and protection is 2 billion. Social mobilization is 2.1 billion. If you sum total these activities, that's 4.1 billion. Where is the difference of the 2.1 billion between the special provision and the report submitted?
Let me clarify, Your Honor, that the NGP budget is constituted into basically two major parts. One is the establishment of new plantation, meaning this is the new areas planted. And then, Your Honor, you have 3 years more to maintain. Therefore, there is a maintenance and protection budget after every year. So, ang nangyayari ho dyan, sa ngayon, for example, 2015, we are actually maintaining 2014, 2013, and 2012 plantation. Yung 2010, hindi na po mini-maintain. Kasi, wala na po, okay, mini-maintain pa po ng farmers yan, pero since kanila naman yan, hindi na po kami nag-allocate ng budget para doon. By 2016 naman, wala na rin kaming budget for 2012 maintenance plantation. Ang maintenance na lang will be 13, 14, and 15. And then yung 2016 po, new plantation yan. So, ganyan ho ang constitution ng aming budget. Kaya makikita nyo ho yan, akala mo maliit lang yung pondo for plantation kasi karamihan ho ngayon nasa maintenance and protection na.
May 2.149 billion na diferensya between the special provision and the report submitted. Stay here beside me. Kasi, ito, baka parang doble itong social mobilization na 2.1 billion. Can you check? Oo.
Madam, can I ask, Your Honor, to
Yes,
recognize the Director of Forest Management Bureau?
Madam Chair, with regards to the proposal for 2016 for the National Greening Program, seedling production would be around 4.459 billion. For the amount that you're referring, the 2.149 billion, refers to the social mobilization or site preparation and planting. And maintenance and protection of established plantation of 2.024 billion is for established plantation 2014, 2015, and the initial protection for 2016. That amounts to 9 billion 529 million.
Bakit 10 tayo?
10.05.
Ano yung balance sa ano?
Yun pa, sir. Support.
Hindi tugma yung inyong special provision sa laman ng NEP. Oo. Kung tignan nyo, basahin nyo, anong pahina to? Tignan nyo special provision nyo on the NGP. Hindi tugma yung MAF dito.
Maintenance and protection of established plantation of 2.024 billion is for established plantation 2014, 2015, and the initial protection for 2016. That amounts to 9 billion 529 million.
Bakit 10 tayo?
10.05.
Ano yung balance sa ano?
Yun pa, sir. Support.
Hindi tugma yung inyong special provision sa laman ng NEP. Oo. Kung tignan nyo, basahin nyo, anong pahina to? Tignan nyo special provision nyo on the NGP. Hindi tugma yung MAF
dito sa inyong laman. May 2 billion na diferensya. Saan yung finance officer
My
niyo?
God,
Check
thank
niyo.
you, thank you for raising that, Your Honor. Pakisabi nga, tulungan nyo kami dahil kung, oh, I think that's really important kasi sa special provision nito. Dapat magtugma. Sige, sige.
Sir, Leslie po from LBRMO. Sir, the cost for maintenance and protection for 3 years is 2.024 billion. Plus po for the social mobilization is 2.149. So yung total po is about 4.16 billion. Pero po sa special provision number 5 po under National Greening Program, yung provision po states that the amount of
Loob.
Your Honor, can I ask my staff later
Yes.
on to coordinate with your staff? Baka pwede pong
So,
makikorek nyo.
which do we follow? The line
will,
item or the special provision of 6? So there's a 2 billion that is floating that is not identified in the line item in the NEP. Tama?
We will
Yun.
definitely correct that, Your Honor, because
So-
definitely we cannot go beyond 10. The budget that is given to us is only 10.0.
Meaning there is something wrong with the special provision.
Opo, opo. So we will correct
Very
that, Your Honor.
sharp, Leslie. Very good.
Thank you.
So you have to correct that, huh?
We will ask the ASIC for Finance, Your Honor, to coordinate with your staff. Let me go to the next frame, Your Honor. As we have mentioned before, all the confiscated logs that we are that we have are actually not any more auction. Whereas in the past we auction it, now we convert it to chairs. We are now close to 150,000 armchairs and donated to DepEd, and around 388 school buildings constructed and repaired.
You sure that the DepEd really distributes this? Baka nakatambak sa warehouse. Gaya
Hindi
din
po. In fact,
sa
ang karag-
DSWD, yung mga
ang
goods for
Caraga ho-
Yolanda, nakatambak lang sa
ang
warehouse.
Caraga ho, the region Caraga declared zero backlog for chairs already of DepEd. Kaya ho, ano, but we can give you the list of schools. Next frame. For this, Your Honor, this is a long-time project of the department.
Hopefully, Senator Escudero, who already finished it up to second reading before, you can request him to push it, isang hearing, and then he can present it before we adjourn in February.
We will do, Your Honor.
But regardless of whether Congress has passed it, you're doing it anyway. Can you tell us, how are you completing this without the legislation?
You know, what we are doing is the administrative duty of lining it on the ground. Because the constitutional provision, Your Honor, says that the Congress shall pass a law and demarcate it on the ground. So, ginawa na po namin, para simple na ho yung pagpasa nyo ng batas, pwedeng one-page law na lang, adopting the demarcation. Ganun lang po yun.
How do we know that the demarcation is accurate? When you say forest land boundary delineation, these are what we traditionally know as forest land but no longer forest land, because maraming forest land we know very well that are no longer used as forest land. Diba? Batasan, the House of Reps, is forest land.
Doon po.
So when we say we have delineated forest land, is it a realistic delineation, demarcation on the ground, or conceptually all the forest land?
This is based on the definition of forest land. Because in PD 705, there is a definition of forest land, specifically the gradient. It says there that any land beyond 18% slope is considered forest land.
Anything beyond 18%
18%.
slope.
So-
So we follow the def as forest land. Batasan, the House of Reps, is forest land.
Doon po.
So when we say we have delineated forest land, is it a realistic delineation, demarcation on the ground?
Specifically the gradient. It says there that any land beyond 18% slope is considered forest land.
Anything beyond 18%
18%.
slope.
So-
we follow the definition.
Yes, opo.
And so this delineation will show us that we have actually used forest land for other purposes.
There are forest lands that are still classified forest land right now. I'll give you an example. I think the International Airport of General Santos is forest land. But I think it is already corrected here because that's a flat land naman. So what we're saying, Your Honor, is that we have to adapt this already if we really want to protect or to prevent encroachment sa forest
So,
land natin.
you are demarcating what is forest land even if the utilization is an airport or a building? No.
For those areas naman na talagang iindi niya,
Yeah.
kasi bayan na, yung may mga munisipyo pa,
Oo.
release na rin po yon. Magiging iindi na siya.
Correct. Pero I don't understand. We said that we are, in the absence of the law, you're abiding or implementing it based on the definition of forest land.
Opo.
And 18% is forest land.
Yes.
So,
18% slope.
slope is forest land. Of the total forest land, ilan yun? That will comply, that will be, how do you say it? Lahat ng sasakupin, base sa definition na yan, ilan porsyento dyan ang nagamit na ng urban population na hindi na pwedeng i-protect as forest?
That's a good question, Your Honor.
Paano yun?
Meaning these are class, based on the definition, these are really forest lands,
Yes.
but now being used
Yes.
as
Airport, Batasan, may city, may mall.
Your Honor, the proposed area for reversion is approximately 111,548 hectares for forest land.
What do you mean reversion?
Ibabalik namin as gubat.
You mean occupied, ibabalik as gubat?
As gubat.
Paano yung gagawin nyo na walang revolusyon?
I'll give you an example, Your Honor.
Oo.
I'll give you an example. We have gotten already the legal opinion of the Chief Presidential Legal Counsel of the Palace, and it says there that some areas in Tagaytay should really be reversed.
Example, where in Tagaytay?
Especially the ridge.
The ridge. How do you demolish those hotels and restaurants on the ridge?
We don't have to. Our duty is only to reclassify, Your Honor. It's not our duty to demolish.
So you will reclassify it as forest land, and
And-
then there
and-
are houses and hotels on the ridge. What do you do with houses? Bahala na sila.
Actually, Your Honor,
You'll
we do
cancel
not-
the titles.
We do not know the legal procedure, Your Honor, but we are simply told that this should not have been titled supposedly. O, kaya nga po. So kami we will just draw the line where we are told to draw the line by the definition of the law.
So, because there is no law, you're proceeding it with it anyway.
Yes.
And 81 provinces already are covered?
The whole Philippines, Your Honor.
Tapos na.
Tapos na ho, completed na ho ito.
Tapos na ang delineation.
Ubus na ho, buong Pilipinas.
Nakamuhon. Paano ba ito?
Di pa. Mayroon hong demarcation kasi yung iba ho dyan, pwedeng ang linya river lang. Pwede naman dyan ridge ang linya.
So it's simpler for us now.
Very easy, Your
So
Honor. You
it
can
will be an unfunded law because it's just already adopting what the
Actually-
executive has done.
Actually, Your Honor, to somehow be practical about it, you can adopt the entire delineation with a little provision that those areas with conflicts, meron kasing mga lugar na may question din naman, as few percentage, less than 1% maybe. Ang proposal ho namin is for you to create what you call land adjudication board. And that adjudication board can continuously adjudicate para naman hindi ma-hostage yung buong Pilipinas. Opo. So, ituloy na yung walang contest at i-adjudicate yung mayroong question.
Explain this to Senator Escudero, who's now the chairman of
We will.
ENVI, the standing committee. But I think I have a bill, no? Hinihiling ko na yun eh. At saka I heard it already, may committee report na ako.
Sana naman ho, ipasan nyo na.
Explain this to Senator Escudero, who's now the chairman of
We will.
ENVI.
Sana naman ho, ipasan nyo na ito
Yes.
dahil constitutional provision po ito. Kung pwede hong...
Can you ask the President to certify it as urgent?
Na-certify na po ito.
It's urgent.
Opo, nasama ito sa unang
Sige.
certification ng una. Certified na
Request natin si Inda, the COMSEC, call the COMSEC of Envy.
Kasi constitutional
And
provision.
remind me to call Senator Escudero if
Next
he's
frame.
there. Launching niya mamaya. And then, anyway,
Okay, next, Your Honor, we would like to inform you that this is another breakthrough. We have completed already for the entire Republic of the Philippines the cadastral survey. You know, Your Honor, cadastral law has been passed February 11, 1913. It celebrated its centennial on last February 11, 2013. But when we took over, this is the longest running program of the Republic of the Philippines. When we took over, Your Honor, there were only 46% finished, meaning 54% was left to us. And with the approval of the President and the funding that you gave us, in just 5 years, Your Honor, we finished the remaining 54%. 100 years for 46%, 54% we finished it in 5 years, Your Honor, because there is already a technology to do it. Bago na rin naman yung we do not use the measuring tape anymore. There is now a what you call survey station. You can measure distance by laser or hindi na ho kailangan. So we were able to finish it. In fact, this was reported by the President already in the Senate last SONA, that the entire Republic of the Philippines is now cadastrally surveyed. This will cure, Your Honor, the issues on spurious titles, illegal survey, double titling, illegal title, and so on and so forth. So this will cure all this is the mother of all problems in land survey, Your Honor.
Okay.
Next frame.
Now, let me just ask you, during the Public Works hearing, which I also chaired, they mentioned about the major river basins, 19.
Yes, Your Honor. 18 po.
18? Ba't sa kanila 19?
Nagtayo si Babes ng isa pang river basin.
18 lang mo to. 19 nakakulay dito eh. Sabi niya 19 eh. 19 ang sabi niya eh.
19. Baka nagdagdag nga po.
Oo, nakakulay hanggang ambur yan. So 19 yun lang. 18 lang sa inyo.
Alam ko ho, kami 18 lang.
O sa kanya sa DPWH, bakit tanong kay Sec Babes
Opo,
mamaya kung ano yung
tatanungin
19th niya. He kept on saying 19 major river basins. These 19 river basins, of course, have watersheds, have mountains. How does it fall into the delineation of forests?
Okay, Your Honor.
And second, all these river basins, rivers have retarding basins,
Yes, Your Honor.
natural retarding basins, or built by DPWH, and is that coordinated with DNR? And they claim they have a plan, or they've implemented in some, I think in Cavite and one in Pidig, Ilocos Norte, catchment so that the floods don't ensue in those areas. Is that done again in coordination with DNR?
Yeah.
So after having delineated the forests, you have this river basis. Is there any connection with the forest delineation with the watersheds and the forests, if any, surrounding the 18 major river basins, or there's no connection?
Okay, let me explain it this way, Your Honor. Technically, there is no relationship between river basin and the classification of forests. None. The river basin will never change the classification of A&D and forest land. But a river basin can be composed of both. Meaning Metro Manila can be a river basin. Because river basin is based on the catchments. Meaning where the rain falls. For example, a good example, Your Honor, remember this.
In short, yung mababang lugar na pinagbabahaan ng tubig.
Naalala mo po yung Cagayan River before, yung
Yes.
Isla de Oro?
Yes.
Okay. The Isla de Oro or the Cagayan River is the major river of that area. But the river basin of that, Your Honor, goes up to portions of Bukidnon, Lanao, and so on and so forth. That is the catchment. And that becomes the river basin. This is very important because if you know the river basin, if you know where the water flows, if you know where the water flows, then you can compute in a particular hour, depending on the volume from the rain. You can compute that in 1 hour, the Cagayan River will rise above. So then you can now predict the disaster preparedness and so on and so forth.
No, my question actually meant, are these 18 river basins surrounded by land classified as forest? Yun ang ibig ko sabihin. And are these land classified as forest actually forest land? Because we know that land actually classified as forest doesn't mean that it is a forested area.
Yes,
So,
yes.
of the 18 major river basins, are the land surrounding it forest land per classification?
Mostly, Your Honor, mostly.
Mostly.
But not forested. Not
Not
exactly
forested.
forested.
Yes.
Forest land siya, pero pwedeng kogo ng tanim niya. That's the reason why we are very focused on the 18, because we want to improve the vegetation of this 18 so that we improve the water holding capacity of the watershed.
That is my question. That's why I wanted to know the connection. Of the 18 major river basins, surrounding it, are they, since you've delineated forest land, are the land surrounding the 18 major river basins classified as forest land? And if they're classified as forest land, are there actual standing forests and trees in those areas? So they're actual forests, and were they part, if any, of the National Greening Program?
Number one, Your Honor, your question, not necessarily forested. I'll give you example, Angat Dam, Your Honor. The Angat Dam, the headwater, the watershed of Angat Dam goes up to Nueva Ecija, goes up to, I think, part to Benguet. But if you see Nueva Ecija, most of these are grassland, not actually forested. But we want to improve the vegetation of these areas so that you improve the water holding capacity of these watersheds.
According, again, to SecBabes, which is true, just like what happened in Ondoy, the problem of the floods in Metro Manila and Region 3 comes from the denudation of Sierra Madre. And I forget the names, but he told me about the retarding basins and the catchments that they will do from Sierra Madre in the north up to Metro Manila. I'm not sure where those retarding basins will be. My question is, did the NGP consider that scenario, that the cause of the floods in Metro Manila?
Watershed is supposed to be the natural retarding basin. If a certain watershed is forested, then the watershed will hold the water first. And then in the next 1 year, it will release it little by little through the tributaries, smaller tributaries to big rivers, and down to Pasig, if it's coming from Marikina. So, but if you denude the watershed, then it cannot hold so much water anymore. It is supposed to hold 1 million cubic meters, baka 500 na lang cubic meters, 1,000. That is the reason why, sabi ni SecBabes, let us put a retarding basin up there so that, since wala kang natural retarding, magtayo ka ng special retarding basin. Yun nga ho, yun, yung gusto niya, parang dam. Ang gusto niya
What
gawin.
part of the Sierra Madre was included in the NGP, and what was the success rate of its reforestation?
Actually, ito sa pinakamagandang plantation namin, Your Honor. We have there, I think, 15,000 hectares already. Upper Marikina. If you want the pictures, the geotag pictures, the report, Your Honor will give you.
Oh, but this is already here. But coming from the north, from Region 2, Sierra Madre coming from Region 2.
Region 2 is covered by another basin, Your Honor. This is the Cagayan River Basin.
Sierra Madre emanates from the north, no, up Region 2.
But it is composed of, it is how, you know, Your Honor, in the watershed, it is being computed not on the basis of how it is, the watershed looks like. It is being computed, Your Honor, based on what you call, the technical term, Your Honor, is phreatic divide.
What is that?
Phreatic divide, Your Honor, is the, pwede ang itsura mo sa pagtingin mo ang tubig dito dumadaloy. But actually, dumadaloy sa kabila. Because yung ilalim pala niya, yung bedrock niya is actually facing there. So, magiging, anong tawag dyan? Parang makukuwang ka, malilito ka, dahil akala mo papunta rito ang tubig, actually it's flowing the other side. That is what you call the phreatic divide. That's why dito sa Marikina, pag tiningnan mo dyan, substantial portion goes to Umiray River. It flows to the Pacific Ocean. Part of it goes to Marikina River and goes to Pacific. Umiray is already the river dividing Infanta, General Nakar in Aurora. It's a very big river. It's supplying the water na ho natin. They diverted the Umiray River to, I think, to Angat. That's why we have a very big river there. I think Umiray and Agos River. Sierra Madre is 36,386 hectares, Your Honor. This is the Cagayan River Basin, Your Honor.
Is there still logging in Sierra Madre? Illegal logging?
We monitor, Your Honor, in places like Isabela, part of Quirino.
Palanan meron? Di ba dun, that's no, but Palanan is one of the best forests, the most protected forest supposedly.
San Marcelino po. Kasi ang Palanan is considered to be what you call bonsai forest. For illegal loggers, they won't cut bonsai. Walang volume eh.
In San Marcelino,
San Marcelino
Isabela.
talagang malalaki.
they're still logging now. Mano-mano
Illegal.
logging.
Carabao logging. But now, Your Honor, we are using technology to monitor them. We have accessed the use of drones to monitor illegal logging.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the technical staff we have hired from Ateneo, because Ateneo has the most number of drones now, were kidnapped in Compostela Valley. So we stopped using drones. But we are getting a better technology.
DNR staff got kidnapped?
Ateneo staff po. Hinire namin sila, kinontrata namin sila to do drone monitoring in Compostela Valley. Na-kidnap naman. So we are now getting what we call military grade drones, because yung simpleng drone kasi, you have to go to the forest itself to fly it kasi ang distansya 3 kilometers lang. The big one, you can stay at the airport and fly it several kilometers away. So that is what we are looking right now.
Let's proceed.
For land, Your Honor, we have already computerized 24,809,000.
Land Management
Talabis.
Bureau.
Attorney Talabis, Your Honor.
Bakit siya lang ang hindi ko nakikita? Palagi ko nakikita.
Bago ho, Your Honor. The
ang
Director
kilala
Pablo.
ko palagi, FMB, MGB, BMB, yun. Oo, ang LMB hindi ko nakikita.
Nagtatago, maraming complaints sa kanila kasi, Your Honor. Nagtatago. So, we have already computerized 24 million records, Your Honor. What we are trying to do is to computerize this, and then later on, we will launch this in the web para ho wala nang taguan ng records. Walang negosyo sa records. Walang magbebenta ng survey plan, walang mga ganon. So, if you want to check your lot, just go to the computer, check your title, you can verify your records. So, if we finish this, Your Honor...
The verification of records, it's with the Land Management Bureau?
Opo. So, but if we put this in the web, you can verify your own. So, ganyan ho ang balak namin. Of course, we have issued several 1 million titles.
Yeah, I'll verify some, not now, some land
Next,
with
friend,
you.
please.
Okay.
For the protected areas, Your Honor,
Balik muna sa land management, hindi ko pa siya natanong eh. Ngayon
Land
lang
management.
ako. Issued 1,000, explain to me, when you say you issue agriculture and residential
1 million,
patents.
1 million, Your Honor.
1 million. Can you explain to me what does it mean when you issue patents? I want to be educated. Kasi this is the bureau I hardly talk about her.
Yes, ma'am. Yung the patents issued by the DNR, ma'am, that accomplishment of a total of 1,028,194 consists of all kinds of patents issued by the DNR. So that means agricultural free patent, residential free patent.
What does it mean? I
sales
want to
patent.
know. How does a person receive or deserve, what is the process undergone to be given an agriculture or residential patent?
Yung agricultural free patent, ma'am, that is premised on the 30-year occupancy by the grantee, and he should be tilling the land. So pag na-prove niya na 30 years na siya in possession of the land, there is a so-called vested right that entitles him for the issuance of a patent.
Sure.
Agricultural.
And residential also.
Pag residential, Your Honor, it's 10 years. Pursuant to the Residential Free Patent Law, the Republic Act 10023.
It's a new law.
So it's a new law.
So you actually issue the titles.
Yes. We issue the patent, then
yes.
it is registered at the Register of Deeds.
Once it's registered, Register of Deeds, they issue the titles, yes.
Yeah.
Do you clarify whether there's any overlap with other agencies? Because NCIP is another very masipag agency in issuing titles. And then the DAR have issued CLOAS, etc. Or are these agencies coordinating with each other?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, we have a joint administrative order with DNR, NCR, LRA, and then DAR, and NCIP. It's a joint administrative order issued in 2013, and the rule is that before each of us can issue a title, mag-usap muna, i-project sa DNR kung merong patong sa aming inapprove na plans.
It was only recently, I think, in this administration. In the meantime, there are so many contested lands because various agencies of government were issuing titles.
In fact, Your Honor, this is one area of legislation, I believe, that you have to consolidate all these agencies. I think there are 5 agencies issuing title.
DAR,
The
NCIP,
the NCIP, the DAR,
DNR,
the DNR,
the courts,
the
courts,
and the LRA.
and LRA.
Sorry. Register of Deeds, the DAR, DNR, NCIP, court. The court. 5. So, bakit naman 5 ahensya? Sa ibang bansa, isa lang talaga. Pag sinabing titulo, isa. Kami, yung sinasabi ko sa iyo kanina, yung agricultural residential, ang makukuha mong titulo ho dyan, yung tinatawag na OCT. Ito yung Original Certificate of Title. Pag yan ay napunta na sa Register of Deeds at ibinenta yung kalahati, ibinenta yung 1/4, ibinenta lahat, i-issue ka na ng TCT. Ito yung Transfer Certificate of Title. And then, pag sa NCIP ka naman, pag cadastral area, sila naman, or may kalti pa ho, mayroon pang kalti. Certificate of Land, Ancestral Land title. Tapos yung korte ho, i-issuean pa kami ng, ganun din, titulo, or order of to issue title. Of course, ganun din ang CLOA. So, pero maganda ho sana kung isahin na lang yan. There must be one.
Tatanggalan natin ng powers to issue a title. Kung isa lang.
To us, it doesn't matter, Your Honor, whether we retain
Maybe
the power
that
or
should be
not.
studied by the DOJ.
It has to be studied, Your Honor.
To limit it to one agency and to take out the right of other agencies, so that there's no confusion.
We can consolidate them and put them under one.
Or under one office. Yeah. Okay. In Boracay, di ba, that's always a problem. There's so many forest lands were titled, and some establishments don't have titles, but they have resorts and homes.
Your Honor, that is the existing one. In fact, we have already submitted this recommendation to the what you call Boracay Committee. There is a Boracay Committee chaired by Secretary Mon Jimenez. And because this issue was done by the Supreme Court, Your Honor, was solved by the Supreme Court. In 2006, the government issued what you call this, survey, yung classification survey, because the island of Boracay is supposed to be unclassified public land. So in 2006, there was a classification, proclamation issued by GMA, classifying, I think, 600 plus as alienable and disposable, and 400 plus as forest land, because that island is about 1,000 plus hectares. So, but the problem there is that the Association of Boracay Hotel Owners sued us. They sued the department because they don't want they don't want to buy the land. Ang gusto nila free patent. But unfortunately, we cannot issue free patent, Your Honor, because free patent is only given to agricultural people, farmers. Nakapatong hotel, paano mo naman i-issue ang agricultural title yan? So, ang dapat sa kanila, miscellaneous sales. Ang problema, they have to buy that. Sales. Oh, they have to buy that. That's the title allowed to them. So, they sued us. Unfortunately, they lost. So now, we own the entire Boracay Island. Yes, Your Honor. The government owns the entire, because the Supreme Court said, yun na nga ho ang problema ngayon.
Committee.
But Your Honor, it's a Supreme Court ruling. We just have to.
Supreme Court ruling cannot be implemented.
We
You're saying
can implement, but
are we saying all of these resorts, including Shangri-La, Discovery, are all illegal based on that Supreme Court
excluding
ruling?
those titled before the proclamation. Meron kasi dyan mga
Meron mga
200
nakatitulo.
ata na natitulahan yung mga Tirol properties.
So all of those without titles
owned by the state.
are illegal.
Owned by the state, Your Honor.
Are they paying fees to the state?
That is our proposal now. If they do not want to buy, then ang gusto namin, mag-list na lang muna sila. That's our proposal, Your Honor.
Tayo. Masyadong malaking problema yon. Okay.
Next frame, Your Honor. We have protected 47 protected areas developed for ecotourism purposes, and I believe this will grow, Your Honor, if we pass the new law on protected areas. We have increased the Tamaraw count from 382 to 405. Opo.
Tamaraw.
Opo. Ito
Tamaraw. Sa ano?
Gustong sabihin, dumadami ho.
Sa Iglit.
Bako.
Iglit.
Bako.
Bako. Pinuntahan ko yan nung bata pa ako.
It's
Sa
growing.
Occidental, no?
We have proofs that the sightings ay tumataas. So meaning, nagpo-propagate somehow.
Sinong pumatay kay Pamana?
Same question kay...
No, seriously.
Yes.
We cannot mismanage our protected areas. We cannot allow hunters or even those irresponsible people to just kill our endangered species. Hindi pwede yun. How can the crime go...
In fact, that's the reason, Your Honor, we're so bullish in pursuing this case. We already
Kung sino may mga baril na, perdigones, ang tawag.
we really have to find this out so that we can set an example na dapat makulong talaga ng
Dapat makulong at
12
makonvict.
years yan.
Yeah.
So yung hindi sila nagpupurso ng gusto sa Davao, ang ginawa ko, nag-issue na kami ng reward. Sinimulan ho namin sa 100,000, now it's 500,000.
Kakatu is endangered.
Oh,
Kakatu.
Kakatu. Mostly in Palawan, we have sightings also that it is the number is growing to 427 already from 239. These are modest gains, but I believe
Bawal ba magkaroon ng pet na kakatu?
pwede ho, pero we have to register.
Registered.
Kung wala ho, i-registro namin.
Hindi, nakarehistro. Hindi ako mahilig sa... May papeles.
Madali lang naman because in fact, very simple lang procedure dyan is the requirement ho ata is you just have to have a cage defined by BMB. We have also 76 cases filed against illegal traders of
We
wildlife.
only have 400 kakatus in the country?
The sighting naman po ito.
Sightings.
Kasi
What
ang
is
technical way of counting is through really sightings.
Correct. Sightings. But we don't know how many really.
Mayroon po silang statistical computation dyan, they can estimate. But it's really based on sightings. Hindi naman ho talaga mabilang yan. Lumilipad eh. So, 90 new wildlife species were discovered, Your Honor. This only proves how biodiverse
Wait,
the Republic
exciting.
is.
What are these 90 new wildlife species discovered?
I will give you the list, Your
Just
Honor.
offhand. You don't have to read the 90. Ano?
May
Ano ang
bagong
klase?
Rafflesia species. May mga bago.
Hindi hayop lahat.
Mayroon din birds. na
Rafflesia.
bago. Opo.
Rafflesia is already it's already known.
Yes.
Isn't Rafflesia endemic to Antique?
The Rafflesia, Your Honor, is a genus. Marami pa pong subspecies yan. So mayroon kaming, may reptile.
Where is Rafflesia found? Is a Penrose Antique here? Is the regional director of Region 6 here? Kayo po, Region 6. Saan po ang Rafflesia? North Panay Peninsula. Is it found in Aklan or in Antique? Which town? Sebaste. How do we propagate the Rafflesia?
I do not know. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I don't know how to do it.
Should we propagate? Number one, is the Rafflesia, you have a picture of the Rafflesia? Can you flash it? No. Is the Rafflesia endangered? No. Protected.
Protected, yes, ma'am. And they're
Protected.
endangered, yeah.
Okay.
endangered
The
species.
Rafflesia is found in the Northwest Panay Peninsula.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the Northwest Panay Peninsula a protected area?
Yes, ma'am. There's
It is part of our 100, part of the national park.
Inipas.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where the Rafflesia is.
Inipas.
Okay.
We have, for example, in species, Your Honor, as in the right portion ng picture, Rhinorrhea nicolifera.
What is
this
that?
This is a plant that we found out, that's why it's called Nico, it's absorbing iron. It can absorb steel for iron, Your Honor, for metal. It can absorb nickel. So we are now
Kindly
using
give
this.
me a soft and hard copy of the 90 new wildlife. When you say wildlife,
Yeah.
this is both
We have
flora,
it here.
fauna.
Flora,
Flora
fauna.
and fauna. To. Discovered when? How recent?
From 2009 to present, Your Honor.
Oh, nice. Wow, we are so mega
We
diverse.
are so diverse, actually. Ano pa lang to, tip of the iceberg.
Wow.
Because we have not seen the one under the
Uh,
sea, mostly.
We have not.
Konti pa ho ang discovery sa ilalim ng dagat eh.
This is just above ground.
Oo.
These
Mayroon
are just
din-
in forests.
Oo. Mayroon din marin pero very very minimal ang exploration natin
So
sa
these
marine.
wildlife species are in forest areas, in protected areas.
Pero we believe there are, I think, more marine species that we have to, what you call, document or classify.
Do you already have a document, a book, not necessarily coffee table, something that our students can understand? What are the biodiversity presently known, including this new wildlife species? Libro na maliit, na simple.
In fact, Your Honor, because of your recommendation, you were the one who recommended this to us, I think, 2
Saan
months
yung
ago.
sample nung iba, yung protected areas, yung pinapagawa ko kay Mandita eh. Apart from protected areas, patingin may sample ka, yung parang libro na pinakita ko sa iyo sa Heritage Homes, gawan nyo ng protected areas, di ba? May sample ka ngayon, patingin mamaya.
Ginagawa ho
Give it to me.
namin yan.
No, but I'm talking about biodiversity.
In fact, pwede
Yeah,
kami
that
mapagawa
should
ng
be part.
libro
Who's your head of your public affairs? IEC.
only for the new discoveries. For the new discoveries. Pwede rin ho yan. Kasi 90,
Because-
if you describe it, it will be more close to more 100 pages na rin yan eh.
How
90.
many are already existing?
90 plus nga ho.
No, the 90 is new. But those existing.
Thousands po yan. Sa
Kaya
tanim
nga.
lang, thousands na eh.
Yeah, so how do we have...
Flora pa lang yun.
In short, what I want is an encyclopedia. I want an encyclopedia of all biodiversity. Is there one such document that holds the biodiversity in the Philippines?
In fact, Your Honor, I'm so happy
Encyclopedia.
when you
Sino
recommended
ngayon,
this.
teka, meron kasing cultural agency kahapon na nagsuggest ng encyclopedia. CCP of art naman. So I will have an encyclopedia of art in the Philippines with the cultural center. And I have a...
I think the National Museum of Natural History can do that, Your Honor. National
Yes.
Museum of Natural History. In all countries, Your Honor.
No, but
we
can
visit-
they do the encyclopedia or should it be the BMB? Kayo?
That's why we are doing it, Your Honor. We're doing it.
You're doing the encyclopedia.
We are
You have the
doing it.
documentation.
Ang kaya lang yung mga tao namin nagdidebate kung pagsasamahin ba namin samok-samok daw. We can classify it either
Flora,
for flora
fauna.
lamang, fauna lamang. Ang
Yes.
problema sa fauna, mayroon mammals lamang. Napakarami ho kasi. Baka pag reptiles lamang, Makapal na siya.
Kaya nga encyclopedia, hindi naman isa eh.
Oo.
Let's say SEP, 6 yan.
Volumes ang ginagawa.
Volumes ang gawin nyo. Oo.
Then we launch it in the web. Pwede namang access
Yes.
siya.
Actually, yes. Dapat naka-online, naka-launch sa web, pero meron din kayong encyclopedia. Anim.
Naka-dichotomize na sa
Oo.
flora, iba-iba. Sa
Oo.
fauna, iba-iba.
Huwag ng coffee table na mahal na mga mabibigatin. Yung mga simpleng,
E-copy nga ho ang gusto namin eh. E-file. With
e-file.
some pictures.
But I also like to have hard copy, but limited edition hard copy. Let's say for our DepEd schools, no? May bago kayong homework. No, because you have to make use of all your research. And if our children, our students are not educated on the wealth of our biodiversity, they do not understand and they will not have pride of country and pride of place. When we know how wealthy we are, we will not destroy it. If that stupid idiot who killed Pamana was educated on the importance of Pamana, hindi niya papatayin yun. Kung siya ipinalaki ng magulang at tinuruan sa eskwela na ang sighting ng eagle ay 27 lang to 39, hindi niya papatayin yung Pamana. Kung gusto ko siyang patayin.
We truly agree with you, Your Honor. To us, Your Honor, he's not only an idiot, he's not only stupid, he's a criminal, Your Honor.
Tanggalin niyo.
So we will...
Off the record yun, ha? Off the record yung gusto kong patayin. That only belongs to Rodrigo Duterte.
Only the stupid and the idiot will be recorded, Your Honor.
Yes, because he was not educated by Mondita Lim on the importance of the eagle. Only the stupid in the no, even the stupid taken off the record that only belongs to Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago.
Okay.
So just the ignorant belongs to me.
Next frame, Your Honor.
Okay.
Next frame, this is a very important frame for us, Your Honor, because we have, for example, we have a national greening program.
Sandali, hindi pa ako tapos dun eh. Balik muna doon. Okay. So, ang homework nyo dito, gagawa kayo ng website para sa biodiversity. At gagawa kayo ng limited edition encyclopedia on biodiversity. Bahala na kayo how to do it. Flora, fauna, i-cut down nyo into subsections, into different books. Book paper lang, simple lang, basta accurate ang scientific facts. At saan nahahanap? Yun. 2016 to.
We'll do
so,
that, Your Honor.
by 2016. But ang production yan 2016. So, by mid-year of 2016, gawa na yan.
Actually, mayroon na kaming mga, I think ERDB commissioned already some experts for trees. Kasi, ang gusto ho namin, magamit din sa eskwelahan.
In fact, there's a very good coffee table book, but private sector, binagregalo sa akin, on native trees. Ang ganda-ganda. Pero coffee table to. Wag ng coffee table. Let's
Mahal.
simplify. Saan yung sample ng libro ko?
Ang
Anyway,
mahal
alam
ho
na naman
nun,
dito
yung-
yun. Yung
ang
mga
mahal ho
simpleng libro lang.
Saka
na pwede-
100 plus trees lang ho yun. Yung ganyan na kasi kakapal, 100 plus trees lang
Oh,
yan.
yun. So, puno. Bulaklak. Ano pa? Mga hayop. I-subsection nyo ang mga hayop.
Sa amin
Iba,
ho
iba
kasi,
yung reptiles, iba yung
10,000
mammals.
plus na yung kahoy laang yata eh. Plus some graminae. Umaabot na ho ng 10,000. So pag dinocument mo per page yun, ganyan nakakapal. So that is only for fauna. Meron ka pa hong, pag kinuha mo yung sa isoflora, pag kinuha mo yung fauna, magmula ka sa insect, to mammals, to aves, gabi ho kakapal nun. So baka
Now, maybe what I'm
bubulyong lang.
asking for is not doable. So tell me already if it's not doable.
It's doable, but you cannot do it immediately. And then we cannot do it sabay-sabay. Maybe volume.
Of course, yes. So you do it within 2016. You one book a month. So in 1 year. Yeah. So
Dinidescribe ho kasi. For example, yung huling kinumission ho namin na expert from UP Los Baños, ang gusto niya, picturean niya on-site. Sabi ko, hirap nun. Kasi ang gusto niya sabihin, ang leaves nga naman, pag pinakita mo yung mature and young, ang layo ho ng diferensya niyan. If you want to put that in the book, you have to put 2 pictures. You have to
You
capture
can,
it.
i-online blast lang ninyo. Marami mag-contribute ng photo sa inyo. Government project. You don't have to spend and to hire people to shoot one by one, it will take forever. Wala na ako dito, hindi pa nagagawa yan.
Now, we will,
Ano na lang. At saka lahat, hindi man lahat kailangan may photos. The others, baka walang available. Basta na-document lang natin already online and may encyclopedia. Ang ganda niyan. At lahat ng DepEd schools meron yan. Okay.
Let me move on, Your Honor, to the next frame.
That's
This
what
is
I
the-
want to know.
Yes, the coral reef, Your Honor. The problem here we are experiencing substantial destruction or coral bleaching for coral reefs. And this is another ecosystem, just like the forest, which I believe should be attended to, Your Honor.
We have talked so much on our forests. I've always espoused for the protection of our forests. But in terms of our ecosystems, we are somehow neglecting, because we don't give as much attention and resources to our marine ecosystem. May I know the status of our, not just corals, but everything within our coral and marine ecosystem in terms of corals, seagrass, beds, ano pa? Sinong expert sa marine? Coral, seagrass beds, ano pa? Ha?
Including tidal flats, Your Honor. Ito yung,
I wouldn't know that, yeah.
ito
So,
yung putikan.
yes, okay. So, what is the status of, coral reefs muna. What's the status of our coral reefs? The general status of our coastal and marine ecosystem, starting with the status of our coral reefs, and what is the area covered when we say our coastal and marine ecosystem? How do you measure that? Beyond an archipelago, you're talking about square kilometers?
Square kilometers and converted to hectares naman pwede ho.
Okay. Hectares. In terms of hectares, what is owned by the Philippines in terms of our coastal resources and marine resources?
We start, Your Honor, with the exclusive economic zone. The Your Honor, if you compute or the total area of the Philippines extending the 200 miles exclusive economic zone from Aurora to the Pacific, from Palawan to China Sea or West Philippine Sea, Sulu Sea in the north, that area, Your Honor, is equivalent to 240 million hectares, more or less.
Okay. 240 million
Marine,
hectares
marine area.
of marine,
Yes.
coastal and marine ecosystem based on the 200-mile economic
Exclusive
zone.
economic
Exclusive
zone.
EEZ. Okay. 240 hectares.
Yes. Ang coral reef-
1,000 hectares.
240 million hectares.
I'm sorry. 230 million hectares.
The Philippines is only 30 million.
30
Your
million.
Honor. That is
Okay.
7 times bigger than the land
is
area.
30 million hectares. And
240.
our forest is how many?
15.8, you know.
15 half. 30 million hectares, 15 in forest. But our coastal and marine
240.
ecosystems are based in 240 million hectares.
7 or 7.5 times.
Are we
700% bigger than
Well,
the
my question is,
land.
are we protecting it, and how are we protecting it? And what percentage of the DNR budget have you allocated for the protection of our 240 million hectares of our coastal wealth and marine wealth? Yun. You ever been asked these
Actually, Your
questions in
Honor,
any hearing before?
I do not know, Your Honor, what is 126 million of 23 billion. Because the budget is only 126 million out of 20, what's our budget? 22 billion, Your Honor. It is
Negligible.
minuscule, Your Honor.
What is the status of our coral reefs?
The status is that, according to BMB, is that only 5% could be considered good in excellent condition.
What is ideal for a healthy ecology and for the survival of our fisher folks and people who reside in rural areas, which is more than 1/2 of our population?
Ideally, Your Honor, we have to bring back the status of our coral reef to the 60 million hectares that we have all over the country, and the specific area for corals is around 2-point-something million. But the entire area which we considered possible for fishing, or including seagrass beds, tidal floods is considered mga 60 million hectares, Your Honor. That's the figure that I was given kanina.
You said only 5% is considered good.
Yeah.
What is the ideal percentage that should be good?
Ideally, of course, Your Honor, should be all. But,
5% ang nalalabi.
opo. And then, problema ho namin dito is that the coral bleaching is continuous. Every time there is a monitored heating of the bottom of the ocean, we will expect casualty for coral.
May we know the impact on our corals of 2015 and 2016, which are said to be the hottest years in the history of our world?
We'll get it from the Marine Science Institute, Your Honor. We will provide you
Is the Marine Science Institute an adjunct?
the UP po.
It's
UP.
under UP.
Ah,
It gets budgetary support from UP.
from UP. But every now and then we also
I
coordinate
see.
with them.
So where is the marine protection lodged in DNR?
BNB, Your Honor,
Yes.
Biodiversity Management Bureau.
Ay, yung sa'yo pa rin.
The former PAUB,
Yes.
Protected Areas, it's now BNB, Your Honor.
You should have marine experts, but you work with the UP Marine. Wala tayong marine experts in BMB.
The assistant director now of the bureau, we borrowed him from UP Los Baños, si Dr. Ilumin, is actually an expert on marine biodiving. So we
Only
borrowed
5%
secondment.
are in good condition.
That's the figure that we got.
May we know, Secretary, what are the implications of a mere 5% good condition of what is supposed to be 100%? What is the implication to the catch of our fisher folks and to their daily sustenance?
Your Honor, very simple to correlate it, Your Honor. Corollary, Your Honor, is that coral reefs are supposed to be the food basket for the fish. That's where they get their food. If you reduce it, you also automatically reduce the population or the schools of fishes that you will see in an area. And therefore, that could be translated to lower catch and therefore lower protein for the
Yes.
people.
Do you
That's the
have
correlation.
a study or a report on what was the status of our coral reefs 50 years ago, just like you reported on NGP? In 1960, what was the good condition in terms of in percentage of our coral reefs? And what was the catch at the time of our fisher folks? Of course, population then was much less. But how are you able to compare that? If it was X% in 1960, now it's only 5% good. You compare that to fisheries catch, and now.
I heard at one time, but I cannot cite you the exact figure. It used to be around, for example, 10 kilos per capita. Now it's 2 kilos. So, but we will give you the figure, Your Honor.
Because what I'm trying to say is that there is a direct correlation between climate and hunger. Extreme heat, especially these next 2 years, coral bleaching due to the warming of the surface temperature of our water, which brings about coral bleaching, which leads to lower fish catch, apart from man's interventions of legal forms of fishing.
Lord, that correlation is already indisputable. We can give you the data.
Submit that information.
Yeah.
So, you only have 126 million. Bakit ganun? Why don't you prioritize it like you did the National Greening
Yeah.
Program?
In fact, Your Honor, our idea is that if, of course, if Congress would allow us, we would like to create another program approach, like what we did for NGP.
Why did you not do that in the beginning? So that
Your Honor,
with the NGP, and if you protect the land and the forest, and you protect the marine ecosystem.
Of course, Your Honor, we failed to do it because we focused. Of course, we have limited budget, and we have several ecosystems to handle, and relatively the concern for marine biodiversity is relatively very, very new compared to the ecosystem in forests. So when we had this opportunity, we got the approval of the Office of the President, and they issued Executive Order 26. Then we were able to run a program. My proposal, Your Honor, if the Congress will agree, if if your Senate will agree, is for us to create another program, what you call laser-focused program, dedicated on coral restoration only.
Yes, in fact, explain to me what the SCREMP is all about, the Sustainable Coral Reef Ecosystems, but this is just corals. What about the others in the marine ecosystem? What about the seagrass beds, etc., in this SCREMP program? And this is just a program under a bureau. Why don't you have a national coral restoration program like a national greening program?
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, this one was developed, just like in forestry, it was also precipitated by ADB loans before. Ito po pala, yung SCREMP, it was also initiated by a loan program from ADB or grant from ADB. So I would suggest, Your Honor, that if you will grant us, if you will support us, we can now make this a dedicated, not just a foreign assisted project, but a dedicated program.
A major program, just like the National Greening Program.
Yes, Your
I should
Honor.
have thought about it earlier, that you should have a very dynamic, robust, active national coral restoration program. In the absence of so much funds, perhaps you could target certain areas where you know best, where it's needed most.
Yeah.
Sabagay, we need it most everywhere. Now, how do you prioritize? You protect what is the 5%, or do you reforest or restore what is dead or dying in terms of priority? I don't know what is the best to do.
The best, Your Honor, is to run it, as I've said, as a program with a whole slew of activities from conservation, protection, restoration, and so on, so that it is and this is very consistent to the UN initiative on ocean, Your Honor. In fact, I think next month, we are again, there is another Ocean World Conference in Chile. In Chile. It was in Washington last year, Your Honor. It was chaired by Secretary Kerry. Now it is moved to Chile.
Supposed to be keynote speaker in a World Ocean Conference last year in South America. But I was busy here.
It's really a very big
World
initiative
Ocean
now.
World
Yes,
Ocean Conference.
There is one now,
Yun.
and they've been asking us to participate because of archipelagic po tayo.
Yes, we should
Meaning,
participate.
sabi nila,
When is the
bakit
World
kayo hindi masyadong active
last
ulit?
time yung sa akin, sa Brazil yata, di ako napunta, layo eh.
So,
Ito,
ngayon,
saan ngayon?
Ngayon ho, si Secretary Kerry wrote us a letter convincing us or trying to...
You mean the US is the
Yes.
convener?
Last year.
Oo.
Now it's in Chile. It's Chile convening it. So, and next month, Your Honor, on October 4 and 5, we will be hosting the Ministerial Conference on APEC on Ocean.
Aba,
Here in the
tinan
Philippines.
mo,
It will be
timing
in
mo
your region.
sinasabi ko.
It will
So,
be in Iloilo, Your Honor.
can you announce that just like we have the National Greening Program, the Philippines, because we are such a mega diverse countries and we have 240 million hectares of marine ecosystem, if you're, check your facts, baka
Yeah.
mali yung aking math. Okay. So, we will embark on a national coral restoration program. You can be proud of the little programs here and there of SCREMP, but it should be massive and should be everywhere. Starting from, dapat may database kayo, di ba? And then, protection, conservation, etc. And geotag it also, just like the forests.
Your Honor,
And perhaps other technologies which other countries who are archipelagic in nature can also share that with us.
in fact, I believe, Your Honor, it's or maybe late, but better late than never. We must really run this program already because
Special funding needed to jumpstart this program.
as of now, I believe, Your Honor, what we have to do is create a house in the Appropriations Act to really run this program so that we can make it as a dedicated program, Your Honor. Your Honor, if that, with that support, Your Honor, I can mention that in Iloilo and the Ocean Conference that this country is very serious.
Seriously, because 5% dead or dying, deteriorating, 5% remaining, what will happen to us?
Even the 1 billion, Your Honor, let me be frank, Your Honor, is a very small, is a drop in the
Paghahanapan
bucket.
namin.
But if we can do
But-
a program that will last for
Give us a
10
program,
years,
give us a proposal, but make a house. Let's not reinvent the wheel. You have this small program called SCREMP with marine protect.
lakihan na lang.
Based on that and improve on that, yes. Yeah. Then you geotag. There should be transparency also in the way it's
Yeah.
done.
Of course, Your Honor, the program must start with the inventory of the area.
Exactly. That's why first you have to database
Yeah.
to have a clear inventory of where are these marine protected areas. But even if it's not declared the marine protected areas, it needs to be protected. But where are the areas that really need to be protected? And what are the inventory of species in the marine environment? Just like you have your biodiversity of your flora and fauna, ito naman, ano?
In
Ang
fact, Your
isda,
Honor,
ang mga halaman, ang corals, iba-ibang mga species. Tapos ako in German, yung marami talaga kayo.
it is more important to focus on the areas which are not protected. Because the protected, nandoon pa ho ngayon yung 5%. Pero yung unprotected, yun ang massive.
Oh, that's
So
what you
that
need
is
to
what
give
we
me.
should restore.
Okay, before kayo mag-plenary, kailangan, November pa naman yon. Give me that report of your, you have that already, that study, kung saan ang kailangan proteksyonan. For
We'll
example,
submit that,
yeah,
Your Honor.
yeah.
Kailan po ba ang...
Plenary
Yeah.
will be by November, no? Last week of November.
last week of November?
Malayo pa, you have 2 months.
Oh, we have...
No, I want you to submit it by end of September. No,
Yeah.
by the time we adjourn October 7, I want that information ready.
Yes, Your Honor.
I will find the funds for that. That's very important.
Yeah, it's a big concern, Your Honor. Next, let me go to the next. We will do that, Your Honor. We'll submit the program proposal by the end of September.
Okay, next. Very good. Sige. Itong
okay.
next. Okay, I have something to say about this.
Okay, this is for the.
So clear yan ha? Clear,
Opo.
please.
Let me now
Dapat may
move
point.
to.
Si Mundita na naman. Ang dami na ni Mundita. Kailangan 10 Mundita eh.
Let me
Ikaw
now
na
move
naman
on.
sa coral. Oh,
Let me now
sige.
move on, Your Honor, to the clean air issue.
Okay.
Just
ito,
for your
before I
information.
forget, I have to say this. I've always been asking for monitors, what do you call it? Those machines that you see, ngayon, ganito ang ating air. You always say that it's there, but I never see it in Metro Manila. Nasaan ba siya? Umaandar ba siya? Nakikita ba siya? Saan ba siya?
Now, we just had this is for your information, Your Honor. We now have 1 per LGU of Metro Manila, which we do not have before. Ngayon, natapos na namin. Wala na pong syudad sa Metro Manila na walang monitoring station.
That's air monitoring
Air
station.
quality monitoring station.
So we can go to that station. So it's not something we see in the highway and we see, oops.
Ay, hindi po. These are now telemetries. Ang station po nasa Mandaluyong, but actually, EMB can read it in Quezon City, sa
Okay.
opisina nila.
Please
Naka-telemetry na po.
communicate it. Those stations should have an app or should at any one time be accessed. So maybe an app at any one time. Itong aking hinihang hangin dito sa Pasay, tabi ng Manila Bay, ano ngayon ang level ng TSP ba ang tawag dyan? TSP level. Ako'y nasa Malabon, sa bahay ko, ano ang hinihinga kong hangin, ganun. We should be conscious of the air the air quality. I go to Tagaytay for the weekend. Ano ang TSP level dito? How can you do that? We have the stations, it's just a matter of communicating that information.
Actually, pag napapansin nyo, baka hindi nyo lang napapansin, in the 6 o'clock news every day, mayroon ho doon isang portion na air quality. Donasyon na po sa amin yun ng inilalabas po yun.
Good.
Good, fair, no good, or bad. Parang ganun ho.
What's the normal? What is the...
Let me explain this
Okay.
graph, Your Honor.
Can I just finish so that I don't forget this? So, what you'll do is, you have the monitoring stations. All you need to do is to communicate that. how to communicate, at hindi lang TV station. Just like there's Pag-asa DOST texting on the weather, can you converge with Pag-asa and give your information of the stations to Pag-asa? So kasama na yan sa text blast and the air quality is this. Makakagulo ba yan sa weather texting? No. It's just additional information.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Pero ang gusto sana ka namin nandito, talagang ma-monitor per city so that maobliga yung LGU na linisin niya yung hangin niya. So, kasi isipin nyo naman kung palagi na lang yung, for example, Pasay, palagi na lang madumi hangin niya. So, magkakasakit.
Tama ka. Kaya sa lokal na election next year, quality of air will be a major issue. Just like basura will be a major issue. Kaya gusto ko malaman sa inyo, ano ang normal na katanggap-tanggap at ano yung realistic at ano ang pinakamaruming hangin sa Metro Manila, ang pinakamalinis na hangin sa Metro Manila kung nag-iiba ba ang hangin na nalalanghap sa magkakatabing mga syudad. Yon. Okay.
So, let me explain this, Your Honor. The black is correlated to green, this line, and then the red is correlated to the blue. The green is the standard for TSP, the blue is the standard for PM10. But, itong TSP is green, that's the standard, 90. The 90 po ang standard for TSP. Ang PM10 po is 60. Ito.
What is TSP and what is PM10?
TSP is the total suspended particulates. Ito po yung malalaki-laking particles. Ang PM10 is particulate matter 10 microns and below. So,
mas nakakamatay.
Dito, itong PM10. Because this one goes to the lungs, Your Honor. This green one stays in your nostrils. So, itong black ho is the measurement from 2010 when we came in, nung TSP. It's 166 when we came in. It dropped to 106 sometimes in 2014, but it's back. Ang nagpaplato po siya sa mga 125, 127. Ang tingin ho namin hindi na siya bababa ron. Meaning, we have no chance of achieving the standard of 90 under TSP because ang traffic ho sobra-sobra. And then, matagal ho yung negotiation namin with DOE on the retrofitting of the fuel from Euro 2 standard to Euro 4. Ngayon lang hong taon namin niya nagawa yan. Ang gasolinang kinakarga nyo sa gasolinahan ngayon is already Euro 4 standard. Yung Euro 4 standard ho is, I'll give you example, for diesel, ang Euro 2 is 500 traffic lalo na. So, ngayon pa lang ho ini-implement yon. So, ang tingin namin, gaganda-ganda ng konti.
Wait, ang nakakamatay yung PM10.
Itong PM10
Nasaan
naman,
yun?
itong pula. Mayroon po kaming,
I just wanna, hindi ko matinan yung graph eh. Wait, TSP,
ito po.
how high are we from the level?
Ito ho yung TSP.
The level should be 90.
The level is 90, but we're very high.
Where are we? We're 120.
166. But latest is 120.
Okay, and the PM10, what's the level dapat?
The level is 60 ang standard.
And we are?
We are from 85. Bumababa tayo. One time, nakabreak tayo ng record. July to December, 52. It's back to 59. Pero umaangat na naman. But,
wait, the normal...
60. 60 ho.
So we're not over in PM10? We
for
are
now,
compliant in PM10?
We've always been over except for two measurements. Itong July to December saka January to June.
Oh, we must have done something right. Bakit ganun?
Hopefully ho, hindi ito carry na
Cost
nung
nung PM10.
Euro 4. Nagsimula na ho kasi yung Euro 4 partly second semester of last year.
The measurement of Metro Manila. Have you measured other cities?
Ganito po yan. The monitoring machine that the EMB is putting up will now cover 39 new cities outside of Metro Manila. But the Metro Manila, we're still densifying it. Meaning, mayroon na per city, pero sa Quezon City, gusto namin gawing 5. Later on, other cities pa.
Pwede ko pagbilin na, please give the information to Pag-asa and tell them to include it in their text blast or information blast. Or should you have your own? Hindi na, sama na.
We'll ask the UST kung pumayag po sila.
Papayag yun.
Opo, we will give them the data and then let them
Air
disclose.
quality is 120.
But we want to show to you the effect of Euro 4, Your Honor. Next frame. Ito po yun. Ito ho yung Euro 2 Kapag hindi natin, although in-implement na ho ng DOE, pumayag na po sila, that the gasoline will now be, or is now, Euro 4 standard. So pag nag-load kayo sa Petron, sa mga gasoline stations ngayon, Euro 4 na po yan. Malinis na yan. Both gasoline and diesel. Pero kung hindi ho tayo nagpalit, yun ho ang standard natin, ang taas pa rin. Ngayon, ang projection namin, dadapa na siya. Kasi malinis-linis na yung ating. So we will be meeting the standard, I believe, for PM10 if we continuously implement Euro 4.
Okay. Under the MVUC funds, which is lodged under the DPWH, a certain percentage of their funds goes to the DOTC for air pollution device. They have to date an unused 6.5 billion.
Hindi ho tayo nagpalit, yun ho ang standard natin, ang taas pa rin. Ngayon, ang projection namin, dadapa na siya. Kasi malinis-linis na yung ating. So we will be meeting the standard, I believe, for PM10 if we continuously implement Euro 4.
Okay. Under the MVUC funds, which is lodged under the DPWH, a certain percentage of their funds goes to the DOTC for air pollution device. They have to date an unused 6.5 billion pesos for air pollution. How can you use that for air quality if DOTC does not use it?
We've been asking for it, actually, Your Honor, even to the point of telling them that if you want, we'll give you the authority to regreen EDSA. Sila na ho maglagay, ang ilagay ho nila dyan, yung mga puno na hindi seedling, kundi malalaking puno na. That's 7,000 to 10,000 feet.
The regreening of
Lagyan ho
EDSA
nila.
is also part of the MVUC. Iba pa yon. They do it themselves. Iba yung pondong binibigay nilang porsyento sa DILG, iba pa yung pondong porsyento sa DOTC na hindi ginagastos.
Galing po sa road board yun.
Sa road board,
Galing po sa road board.
MVUC.
So, ang hinihingi sana namin, magamit na yung pondong yun. Maski sila po mag-disburse, hindi kami. We will just tell them what to do to clean up the air of Metro Manila.
During my hearing of the OTC, please assign, maybe Mitch, ASEC Mitch can be there so that you can talk. The money has been collected. It's been with them. Not MVUC, but the OTC. But they do not use it. Sayang.
Submitted the proposal to them already, Your Honor.
Okay, so
Na-
we will, Mitch, kindly be here during the DOTC hearing and we will ask them
Yeah.
so that they don't have to download the funds to you. They implement it according to your specifications to clean up the air of Manila. Finish the 6.5 billion. You've collected it from the people. What are you doing with the money unused?
In fact, Your Honor,
let's embark on an air quality program by doing not just planting trees, but how else?
sabi ko nga sa kanila, bakit di natin kopyahin yung
Rapid bus, the BRT program using electric,
may proposal, Your Honor,
electric buses?
the way
I don't know.
the way Jakarta is doing it. Alam mo, Jakarta is populated similar to Metro Manila, no? But pag pumunta ka ng Jakarta, green. Mga highways nila, green. Ang proposal ko, ba't hindi natin yan ikontrata na lang portion-portion? Kaysa naman yung MMDA nagkakabit ng mga tanim-tanim.
I've said that
sa
so
wall.
many times from 1998. Nakailang MMDA chair.
Kontrata
From
na lang.
Monumento up to Ayala to just green the sidewalks when available, when necessary, and clear them of the illegal occupants in the area, assuming there are sidewalks to it. According to DPWH, we have to reclaim that, but we will make it bike lanes or pedestrian lanes, and there's no place for trees.
Example lang ho is yung portion ng Aguinaldo, that portion somewhere near Corinthian, i-extend na lang ho yun hanggang Monumento at hanggang Makati. Tama na.
The
Diba, in that
OTC
portion?
air pollution funds can be used for that.
Can be used for that.
Yeah.
So that's our proposal. But anyway,
So we
it's
ask
still fun.
DNR to be present in the DOTC budget
Kanila kasi yung
and
pondo.
bring your budget,
Tama.
your proposal.
Okay, next prime, please. Ito naman ho
What
yung...
is a city that has the cleanest air in the Philippines?
Ang station namin pinakamalinis ho, Ateneo Station. Meron kaming station sa loob ng
The air quality.
The dirtiest is the station near the, remember ho, this EDSA, malapit ho dito, EDSA TAF corner. That is yung nag-U-turn ho doon. Yung nag-U-turn doon na
Dun sa Ateneo, ilan?
mababa, I do not get. We can give you the data, Your Honor.
Within normal?
Yes, Your Honor.
Huh? How's Ayala Avenue, that area, Makati? Ayala,
Usually above yan, yan.
Forbes.
Kasi the vehicle naman nandun. Traffic pati doon sa kanto. Mapuno ho doon.
Pinutol na nila yung mga puno ron.
Pero sa loob naman, mapuno. Tsaka ang kasunod ho nun is La Vista, puno rin ng kahoy. Miriam is puno rin.
Tama yung ginawa kong pinuno ko ng puno ang South Expressway.
Pati North
Yung
Luzon.
98, at saka North Luzon. Okay.
Next frame. Ito ho naman ho yung sa water quality. We have launched an ADAPA Estero program, ADAPA River program. Ito ho ay zero funding halos. As I've said, this is also another successful program namin na ang ginawa ho namin, kinausap namin yung mga corporations na may corporate social responsibility nila, pina-adapt namin yung mga esteros.
This is simply an implementation of RA 9003. If we segregate waste at source, recycle and compost, people don't have to throw those solid waste in their esteros. Then whatever residual waste will go to the engineered sanitary landfill. As simple as that.
Sabi nga ho namin,
Yes.
there's nothing to collect kung walang tinapon.
Exactly.
So, ito hong water quality naman, we call it, by law, Your Honor, we have to establish what you call WACMA, Water Quality Management Area. We have established 20. That's by law. Next frame. Sa RA 9003 naman ho, we have a little problem here.
Yeah.
We only
Who
have-
is in charge of monitoring the implementation?
Si
Hindi
Mitch
na
po na
si Mitch na ngayon, pinasa
Opo.
na mula kay Yusek Leones.
Si Mitch po na.
Okay, yung totoo? Anong ating,
Yan lang ho, 54%
Accomplishment.
or 427.
no, of all our LGU, I don't understand.
Ito ho yun, pero LGU na po ito. Open dam site na remaining. Ito
They
ho,
haven't closed all the open dams?
no, not yet. Alam nyo ho yan, this is already illegal
Exactly.
since 2006.
Can you kindly give the list of these 427 open dump sites to Deputy Ombudsman Mosquera?
Yan po namin.
Can you kindly tell him to file a case to all these erring LGUs who refuse to follow the 2001 law?
In fact, that's the purpose when we gave it to them.
Yes.
So, they have a copy already of all
Can you
the-
give it to Gina Lopez of ABS-CBN Foundation so it will be headlined in the news?
Yeah, Your Honor.
And number 2, give it to my office because I will write. Ito, Secmon. Can you please write?
We'll
Kayo
draft
nang
the
gonna-
letter for
draft
you.
the letter, no? Tayong dalawa pipirma.
Kayo lang
Secretary,
naman,
na ikaw na, kasama ka na. Secretary of Environment and Chairman of the Finance Committee and Climate Change Committee.
We'll draft the letter, Your Honor.
Yes. We will write them, email and write them. Sinong host ng 427? Just say, do you know that in January of 2001, we enacted this law, just in case you didn't know. So, within X number of days or months, or by Christmas, close your dump.
We can remind them that they're committing illegal acts already,
Exactly.
Your Honor.
Yeah.
Because by law, it's very clear.
So they will receive
2006.
a reminder letter from us and a reminder letter from Deputy Ombudsman Mosquera. You know him, na? Can you work together with him, please? Okay. But they should write a letter, a reminder, with a letterhead of the Ombudsman.
So, in fact, Your Honor, in addition to this, let me inform you that we also accessed COA. The COA is now doing what we call environmental audit of the LGUs, and ang number 1 target po nila is 9003.
Okay, the problem here is, they always say, the LGUs, di bang implementation yan, LGU, no? Ay, wala raw silang panggawa ng MRF, compost pit, kasi ang pwede lang nyong bigay sa pondo nyo ay technical assistance ba? O pwede kayong magbigay na ng pondo for MRF?
Actually, para sa amin ho, assistance lang talaga. In fact, at one time, Your Honor, our attention was also called by DBM that hindi kami pwede mag-invest dyan because wala kaming mandate.
I'm
Wala
not
sa
even
mandate.
asking for heavy-duty investments. I'm just talking about simple indigenous materials, MRF, sa mga barangay. Pwede yan. Kung lagyan natin ng bahay at line item, di ba? LBRMO. pwede
In
ba
fact,
yan?
Your Honor,
Oh.
if I may,
Si Yoli.
Your Honor, sa budget po namin ngayon, mayroon ho kaming nakalagay na 8 billion sana to once and for all solve this problem.
Hindi. Yung 8 billion nyo, pag bibili nyo ng incinerator eh.
Hindi po yan, hindi po yan.
Si Eli gusto incinerator eh.
Hindi po yan.
Di ba?
Yung 8 billion po sanang yun.
Hindi pwedeng incinerator.
Di po.
Huwag
Yung-
kayo nagpipilit. Ang MMDA gusto rin ng incinerator yata eh. Walang i-incinerate kung pinapatupad ang batas.
Oh, yung po sanang 8 billion na yun, para dito sa 82% na yan. Para once and for all, tapusin na natin yung problema. Kasi sabi nila, hindi namin magawa yan dahil wala kaming pondo. Sana ho, nilagyan, kung yun ho inilagay ninyo sa budget, wag nyo na hong i-release sa amin. I-diretso
There
nyo
was
na
a,
sa LGU.
a small
Pwede rin.
50 million provision for 2015. Have you spent it?
50 million, Your Honor.
50 napakaliit nga. Pero baka hindi nyo ini-implement?
Sa Manila Bay lang po yun.
Ginawa na ba nyo?
Oh, yun nga po yung pati mga trust boats, mayroon kaming pinamigay.
Ah, wait.
So-
what are you allowed to give apart from technical assistance and capacity building?
Hindi kami makabigay on the
To give the
capital
vehicles.
outlay.
I think you're allowed to give vehicles, no? Nagbigay kayo.
Wala, anong boat ho ito, yung trust boat.
Trash boats and vehicle collection vehicles.
The reason, Your Honor, why we also dispose the trust
Bigay
boat,
kayo sa Nyogan eh. Are you allowed to give that? Sabi.
sinasabi nyo. Marami ho kaming confiscated, pinamimigay namin, libre.
Allowed to do with the funds is turo capacity building and technical
That's
assistance,
the mandate of the law.
IEC materials. But in building barangay-based MRFs, huh?
Ano ho yun? Kung may pondo kami, nagpo-provide kami ng assistance to put up MRFs. Kaya ho mayroon kami ito, for 54% na ho, ay 82%, ito, 82% given assistance. Most of these are for MRF, di ba? MRF. Oo.
Paano ba nangyari dito? Ang implementation nito ay local government. But the Solid Waste Commission, under the law,
Policy making ho yun.
is policy making
Policy-making.
under the Office of the President.
Yes.
Not even the ENR.
Oh, pero
So
policy
bakit kayo?
making lang ho yun.
Policy making lang eh.
Oh, wala kaming hard support na tinatawag. Let's say magbigay kami ng shredder, magbigay kami ng let's say MRF, o ipagawa namin itong lahat na 427 na yan.
Can the EMB, apart from capacity building, technical assistance, give away minimal funds, barangay? Eh ako ang MRF ko lang, gawa sa recycled na kahoy, wala pang 3,000 piso. Wala, mga kawayan lang. At talaga, ang sinusulatan ko lang, karton, lata, bote, mga recycled na kahoy. Ako lang nag-drawing doon, ganun lang kasimple. Hindi naman to kailangan high-tech. So, barangay-based MRFs made from whatever is available na materials, pwede nyong i-capacitate ang barangay na gumawa noon.
In fact, marami na rin pong nagawang ganyan.
Zero waste ako eh.
Ang
Zero waste.
problema
oh.
lang po, kung pwedeng isara na natin to, itong 427 na yan, I think in Northern Luzon, ang dami.
So,
rin.
number one, isasara dapat yan within the end of your term, June 30. And the power of the stationary from the two of us and from Ombudsman. But apart from that, an implementation of the law by teaching them how to do it. And capacity building and technical is so important. They don't know how to do it. Believe me, ilang beses na rin nagturo sila Sonia sa office ko, sa bahay ko, ang tagal-tagal bago matuto lahat ng staff, lahat ng kasamaan sa bahay. Ako minsan nalito na ako, ano kayang basuran ko lalagay ito? It's confusing sometimes. But once you've perfected it, it's so fulfilling. I feel so clean. And it really cleaned up. O, di ba? O, ano, raise your hand, mga staff. Yung tinuro ko sa inyo. Di ba? Nakabuti? Oo. Yes.
Ang tingin naman ho namin dyan, yung gustong matuto, madali talagang matuto. Ang problema, yung talagang ayaw matuto, maski na 10
For
taon na ho
example,
namin tinuturuan eh.
Ito
Ayaw
ha,
pa eh.
ito. Mag-site inspection ako. Ang DENR building facilities should adhere to RA 9003. Walang announcement, I'll go there. I'll look at your bathrooms and your offices. Dapat in-implement nyo. Second, all protected areas. Protected areas, kailangan pinapatupad dito. Hindi ba? Oh. So, sino ba in charge nyo? Si Yusek Leones, si Eli, o si...
Required naman sa amin all offices.
Okay na. All your offices.
In fact,
Oh.
ISO na ho yung...
Kasing OC ng pag-implement. Pumunta kayo sa opisina ko. I'll invite you to my kitchen. 4 yata ang basurahan doon. Oh, look at the Senate MRF. So, make the DNR premises a model. And all the protected areas ni Mundita, yung 100 na yan, should adhere to this. At pag makita ng tao, pag makita lang nilang maganda, gagayahin nila eh. Example, Barangay Nyogan, where I'm from, in Tagaytay. Pinaturo, pinagtyagaan ko, matitigas ang ulo kasi katabi, puro plastic, zesto, etc. Inis na isa ko. When was that? A year ago. Then, private sector donation, nag-donate ng shredder. Alam mo yung kapitan? Sinole yung shredder. Ma'am, napaka-successful po ng solid waste management sa barangay. Wala na pong isa-shred. Sinole, binigay ko sa Kalatagan yung shredder. See? Nagbago ang mga tao because they saw I walk in the barangay, I pick up plastics. When I sleep there, I wake up at 6 a.m. and I inspect. And then, yung MRF, may gulayan. Yan. Nakakatuwa. So, pag may nakakita akong basurahan sa mga vacant lots, I call the kapitan at pinapa-clean up sa kagawad at linalagay sa tamang basurahan. So, what is the lesson? Vigilance. Makulit. Pag nandyan na ako, yan, ng mga tao, walang plastic, walang na ano. See? They gave up a shredder. I donated a shredder. There was nothing to shred. Isn't that great? Now, never mind Nyogan. I know that San Fernando in Pampanga is a model. I know that there's a barangay in the Fort that's also a model. Ang daming models eh. Hindi lang naman si Sonia ang magaling magturo. Kumuha kayo ng 100 Sonia na magtuturo, tutulungan kayo. Di ba? So, di ba pinoject natin 1 year ago eh. Lahat ng municipalities around Manila Bay, para wag nila itapon sa lawa, ay pinapatupad yan. I don't think it's successful eh. Hindi pa eh.
Yes, Your
Mga natutunan mo sa Harvard, i-implement mo sa lahat. Ilang bang municipalities around Manila Bay? That's NCR Region 3 and 4. Oh, yung 178 na palaging mini-meeting yan every quarter for the past 5 years sa Supreme Court. Diba? All the agencies of government, wala, meeting na meeting, walang nangyayari. Oh. So, the 178, I think sinulatan ko pa yan eh, hindi ba? Didn't I write those 178 LGUs? Kaya nga, all the LGUs around Manila Bay, sinulatan ko yan eh. Right? Were those letters received? May pumansin ba? Wala. Eh kasi hindi naman ako implementor eh. Can you kindly also monitor that? So, i-model natin the 178 LGUs. Kasi, kung sabihin failure yung law, pag 0, walang maka-implement. Eh, ba't kaya ko sa barangay ko? In fact, pinapamodel ko ang Malabon. Dahil ang aking hometown ng Malabon, napakarumi. At maraming urban settlers. Pero kung malinis ang Malabon, tingnan natin kung magtatagumpay. Yung aking barangay Potrero, pinapamodel ko rin. Opisina ko, tingnan nyo. Ang laki ng lininis.
We'll do that, Your Honor.
What is the project of the EMB? What is the waste-to-energy technology worth 48 million? What is this?
That's a NEDA project, Your Honor.
Is 2015 or is this part of the NEP? This is already funded.
Feasibility study, Your Honor.
It's only a study
It's not a project yet. It's only a visibility.
in the Manila Bay region. What, can you explain to me, is waste to energy Is that incineration or no? Not all waste to energy are incineration?
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, kung kami ho, kung matutuloy man ho yan, anyway, it's a feasibility study, it might turn out to be not feasible because it's just a study. So, but if ever it will be pursued, Your Honor, we will insist that it should use non-incineration technologies, Your Honor. Yes. Opo. Opo.
Clean Air Act.
So,
Yes.
if ever matuloy. Pero study pa lang naman.
Yes. Sayang naman yung 48 nyo.
Let me go to the next frame, Your
Okay.
Honor. Next frame is the geohazard
Wait,
map.
before we leave the RA 9002, what is your commitment to me? We have to have targets. What is your commitment to me insofar as solid waste management is concerned?
Your Honor, yun nga po ang gusto sana naming sabihin sa inyo. Can you bring back the slide? Ito nga po sana, kung pwede namin masara na. Because it's really, parang it's a flagrant violation of the law and we're tolerating
So what
it.
is your realizable target for the closure?
Supposedly yesterday, Your Honor, but
Okay, end
this
of the
is,
year? End of the year? 3 months?
pero ano ho kasi, ang problema, LGU ang may control eh. Gusto namin, for example, isara namin sila. In fact, we closed, most of this, Your Honor, were closed 3 or 4 times already. In fact, as of now, it's categorically closed. By order of the department. But operationally, it's open. That's our problem po.
So the letters from us and the communications from the Ombudsman will help.
Should warn them that it
Okay.
can become a case.
Okay. Okay.
Ganun ho. Next. Okay, next frame. We have completed as you were
So
aware.
that is a realizable target, and the 178 LGUs will be micromanaged by ASEC Kuna around Manila Bay, no?
Yes, Your Honor. For the geohazard, Your Honor, we have completed already, as you know, the 1:10,000 scale. The IEC, I think, covers 22,000.
Importante IEC kasi meron
22,000
silang mapa,
barangays.
hindi naman maintindihan.
For this 2016, 22,000 barangays ang covered namin. For this, next frame.
Balik muna tayo
Balik.
sa favorite kong geohazard.
Okay.
Una, nasa website nyo. Anyone can access it. I thought you had an app of a geohazard. Ilagay mo lang yung location mo, Senate of the Philippines, Pasay City, Rojas Boulevard. Lalabas kung ikaw ay yellow, red, violet, kung geohazard ka. Kala ko meron kayong
In fact,
app na
we
ganun.
went beyond that by putting it as an app sana sa computer. Ay dito. Pero yung latest yung sinabit sa amin, ang makaka-download lamang yung teleponong katulad na. Opo. So, pag ginamit mo yung mahina-hinang telepono, abutin ka siyang oras bago mag-appear sa
May smartphone.
smart.
That's good.
Yun nga po. Pero even in the smartphone, dito pala ho, lalabas lang siya pag may convert mo siyang parang Waze. Yung parang mga caricature lamang, yung konting pixel ang kailangan. Eh, yung mapa ho, hindi pwede. Katulad ho, yung isang mapang ganyan, it will take you 20 minutes to download one map.
Not to download the map, but information. Is it possible to say, you are in a geohazard area, you are in a safe area, you are ganun,
We
na
can-
nagsasalita? Kaya ba i-ano yun? How do you develop that app?
That is the app that in fact, we commissioned it, Your Honor, to Chief Sani Coloma. Nag-commission kami, nagkontrata ho kami. We released the money to... Oo nga ho, ginagawa naman nila, kaso nung unang submission sa amin ng report, hindi ko ho tinanggap dahil nga ho sa aabutin ka. Ngayon, meron silang hiningi, bibili kami sa iCloud ng bigger file.
Kaya balik na lang tayo sa
Sige.
balik na lang tayo sa LGUs.
Oo.
So lahat na ba ng probinsya meron? Lahat na ba ng 1,600 cities and municipalities meron?
Matagal na, Your Honor. We have
1:10,000, yung bagong to.
Bago po yan. Lahat, mayroon na. Ay,
At-
easy na nga ho ngayon.
At ano, meron silang soft copy, hard copy? Both.
Soft copy pa lang po.
Soft copy.
The printing of the maps ongoing,
Yeah.
and then we'll...
Okay. IEC. Naintindihan nila?
22,000
Question.
coverage.
Is this being used as a guide in the selection of the construction of DepEd schools or DPWH soon to be constructed evacuation centers or DOH hospitals and health centers?
Your Honor, thank you for that question. It is actually being done now because the requirement now is, for example, what happened in Bohol, doon sa establishment ng mga buildings doon, they have to get certification from MGB for geohazard. So they also for schools in infra ginagawa na rin.
Let's make it a special provision if it does not exist yet, that for DPWH and ano pa, infra, DOTC.
Your Honor, nailagay nyo na po.
Nalagay ko na yon.
Nailagay nyo na last year, pinasok
to consult the
Pasok po sa
MGB
GA ngayon.
for clearance na hindi geohazard area. Parang nalagay ko na.
Nandyan ho sa 2015,
I-reiterate natin.
sa 2016. Kasi 2015 ho,
Nasa
nandyan
2015 na.
Oo, nandyan.
Ipa-perfect natin si Margaret. Sa bagong secretary.
Reiterate na lang po. Okay, next frame. Ito, Your Honor, we would like to inform you, this is a breakthrough in research sa Los Baños. It's a long-term, I think.
RDB is a bureau.
Opo.
Who's the head?
Si Adornado ho.
It used to be...
Si Mar Samaro is now Assistant Secretary.
Hindi, isa babae.
Si Portia, Your Honor, is now Vice Chancellor of UP Los Baños.
Okay.
Promote na po. So,
What does ERDB do? Ba't yan LMB at ERDB? Hindi ko masyado nakakausap.
Ecosystems Research and Development Bureau, Your Honor, ito ho yung nagpuproduce sa amin ng mga technologies, and one of which nga ito, we want to present to you. This is a very successful inoculant. Ito ho parang fertilizer na you only fertilize the tree once in the lifetime. Mycorrhiza po. Ito ho yung ilalagay mo bago mo itanim yung seedling. Ilalagay mo na siya sa butas, and you will not fertilize it forever. Only once. Ito ho yung
gumagawa ako ng aking organic compost, pero kulang, bumibili pa ako ng horse
Lang
manure.
namin ng ilang sakong ganito. Ganito ho ang resulta.
You just put it once,
Yes.
when you plant it, and you will never fertilize it again?
Because it's ayun nga ho,
What is an inoculant?
it inoculates, it's a fungus actually. That,
Diba ang inoculation, bakuna?
parang, yeah, that is exactly the
O
case.
binabakuna mo yung halaman?
Binakunahan mo yung roots. Babakunahan mo yung roots in the fungus.
Hindi na siya magkasakit.
Hindi lang ho. The roots will, the fungus will enhance the capacity of the roots to get nutrients much farther. Kung nakakakuha siya ng 1 millimeter, gagawin niyang 3 millimeters.
Ano yan yung mga nakatanim na?
Hindi na namin
Hindi na pwede. So,
Only
hindi ko na
for-
pwedeng ilagay sa mga natanim ko ng halaman at puno.
I don't know ho, pero sa tingin ko sa seedling
Sa
ho,
mga bago pa lang itatanim.
Opo. Tingnan niyo ho ang diferensya, oh. Ito ang may laman, ito wala. Marami ho kaming picture na, pero ito lang pinakikita namin sa inyo.
Ano yan? Sinaspray?
Hindi ho, it's a powder. Bago mo ito, pagkahukay mo yung butas, yung hole digging na tatao.
Is that a Philippine invention?
Dupilos Baños po.
Is it organic?
Yes.
O chemical
fungus
yan?
nga ho, fungus.
Fungus
Hindi siya
na yan.
fertilizer fungus po siya.
Where do you sell that? Per sako?
Ang ginawa ho namin, nagbigay kami ng pondo sa Los Baños. If you now go to UPLB, you can go at the back of the plant breeding. You will see massive structure doon na parang ganon-ganon. Kami po nagpatayo noon, lahat ho yun inoculants. Mycorrhiza po yun. So, nag-gather na sila, nag-harvest na, at initially we were able to gather 1,000 tons already, and these are all being distributed to the regions to inoculate NGP plantations. Kaya ho, magagandang tubo. Bigyan namin kayo nito para mapatest nyo ho sa mga tanim nyo.
I'm already giving away. Give me a sample of meron ba tayong sample ng regalo kong seedling? Ang aking regalo, wag naman yung pagtawanan, ay recycled container galing sa mga plastic. And it's organic fertilizer which I just made at home from food waste. And tanim kong herbs.
Lagyan nyo ho ng sachet nito.
Gusto kong lagyan yan.
Sachet na maliit, kakabit namin dun sa
Ayun.
tanim.
Or lagyan ko na lang, tapos sabihin ko nang this has been
Inoculated by mycorrhiza.
inoculated by
Mycorrhiza.
this. Oo. Tingnan natin kung
Honestly, Your Honor, if I may inform you, estudyante pa ho ako yung sinimulan nitong research ito. 30 years ago. Sinimulan ho ng UPLB 30 anyos na. But they perfected it just...
Ano naman ang natural na organic na kontrapeste sa mga walang greenhouse, sa mga gulay at herbs na may butas-butas, may peste, ayokong gumamit ng chemical na pesticide.
Actually, to be honest with you, Your Honor, halos wala. You know why? Every time a plant develops its antibiotics, the pest will also develop theirs. So, they just keep on, So, kung ngayon, hindi nila nakain ng dahon na ito dahil mapait, magdi-develop sila ng parinili nilang, next year kakain na nila ulit.
No, ang kontra suso. Ang daming suso na yan ang kumakain sa mga halaman ko.
Marami na hong herbicides.
Snails.
Yan, ay yung insecticide for...
Ayoko ng insecticide nga eh.
Kaya nga ho. But there are already.
Nung natural, ERDB, give me your number. Can you find out natural, what plant do I put beside that plant that will kontra suso?
We will...
okay. Those are my little problems. Maraming suso.
Totoo ho yan. It's a pest, especially sa farm agricultural, sa rice land. Okay, next frame. Ito po yun naman yung sa mangrove namin. Ito yung hinahanap nyo kaninang clonal nurseries. Ito yung pinamigay namin sa mga universities and
I
colleges.
want to know, okay, total number of state universities. How many? 100 what? SUCs ilan? 100. Ay, nabo. How many SUCs have been given clonal nurseries?
7 na po.
What kind of seedlings do they have there?
Depende kung anong lugar ho yung
Depende sa
nakatayo.
kanilang
Yung available
sa
species.
kanila.
Hindi naman kami pwede mag-cross-cross kung
Yes.
hindi naman tutubo.
They're hosting it and they're using it and you gave them the funds, they have the infrastructure.
In fact,
What is
instruction
it?
ko, yung na-produce nila doon, bibilhin pa namin. So SUC naman ho is
You
allowed
checking the status whether they really used it for their clonal nurseries?
May mga mabagal, alam ho namin mabagal yung iba.
But lahat, because remember, same hearing, I said kindly give all those who are agriculture ang kanilang mandate.
In fact, we signed some
Oo.
here.
Yeah. So,
Binigyan
baka
ata
binigay nyo yung pera, hindi ginamit. O baka na-mix sa kanilang general fund. Paki-check naman.
We will give
Yeah.
you the figures.
Who are the SUCs who are recipient? And during the SUC's budget, kindly have DNR official here para ma-check kung may problema man sila sa kanilang paggawa. Kayo na hon dito para maturuan silang paggamit ng pondo.
In fact, Your Honor, to be honest with you, we have monitored some na talagang hindi na patupad. But we'll give you the figures later on. Opo. Sa mangrove and beach forest, Your Honor, we have a separate program for it. We are supposed to establish this year in the Yolanda affected areas 50,000 hectares. We are now on the 17,477 hectares with 63 million seedlings and propagules. But we will finish this 50,000 by the end of the year.
Can you please pilot the province of Antique, which is still very pristine? Meron dyan corals, ang ganda ng corals na i-restore, ang ganda dyan ng mangroves because it's coastal, nandyan ang Northwest Panay Peninsula, so you have everything. So, I'm not familiar with the numbers of hectares in the province of Antique. Could you just look at that? And second, the Verde Island Passage, ang daming probinsya yan, but that would include the towns of Nasugbu, Lian, Calatagan. Again, massive mangrove reforestation in those areas. We talked about it in my office earlier, but I'm just putting it on record.
Your Honor, in Antique alone, we have planted more than 1,000 hectares of mangroves, and as of this year is 300. 200, no? Sorry, Your Honor, 200 hectares. We will target, of course, for next year.
Verde Island Passage, including Calatagan, Lian, and Nasugbu. Kasama na yon?
Although, Your Honor, I was informed by the regional director that more than 1,000 hectares has already covered almost all of the areas of Antique.
Mm.
Natam na daw.
Good.
We'll give you the geotag pictures para
Okay.
makita mo.
Then you focus now, if it's already done, then you focus on the Verde Island Passage,
Yes, Your Honor.
including especially the towns of Laguna, Nasugbu, Lian, Calatagan. I don't remember the others. So.
We'll focus on that, Your Honor. Next frame. Ito naman ho yung completion na namin ng under unified mapping. We have completed the 800 large-scale image and line maps covering Yolanda affected areas. Next frame. We have already surveyed 69,306 square kilometers of the exclusive economic zone, Your Honors, and 11,470 square kilometers of the extended continental shelves, including the newly discovered Benham Rise, Your Honor. Next frame. For the water resource assessment, we have issued 980 water permits and completed groundwater studies and groundwater monitoring wells. Next frame. For the PCSD or Palawan Council, we have formulated 29 environmentally critical areas network
Explain
plans.
to me please the Palawan Council. Matagal na ito eh. This was created by law and Palawan has how many NIPAs?
Your Honor,
It has the Tubataha, which is already legislated,
it's an UNESCO heritage also, Your Honor.
and then the underground
The-
river.
They used to be known as the St. Paul Subterranean Park. It's now called Puerto Princesa Underground River, Your Honor. And it is a special law. I think this is the only province with such a law. It used to be referred as the Mitra law, Your Honor, the Palawan Council for Sustainable Development Law. And the gist or the crux of that policy, Your Honor, is to develop what you call environmentally critical areas network plans, meaning a particular area should be zoned, Your Honor, into a core zone, multiple use zone, utilization zone, and so on and so forth. So, in Palawan, Your Honor, for every town, there is an ECAN map, and in every town, identified ho dun kung ano yung core zone, ano yung multiple use zone, ano ho yung development zone.
Since I have the INIPAS law, it will not diminish the importance of Palawan by carving it out of the IPAS because it is covered by the PSC.
In fact, may special NIPAS ano siya, portion for NIPAS yun.
Okay, hindi
Di-
mapapasama?
These are, in fact, sa kanila ho, almost every town mayroong in effect protected area kasi yun ho yung core zone. And the core zone is really cannot be touched. It is, I think the height is 500 meters and above. Okay, next. Hindi naman po nawawalan doon, mayroon din. Kasi ho, di ba ang Palawan is an island, so mayroong need sila pero wala namang supply. So, ang proposal ko nga ho dyan is they must develop massive plantation for their own use also. For their lumber, for their firewood, and so on and so forth. At ginagawa naman ho nila ngayon sa NGP. Okay. Let me now go, Your Honor, finally to the budget. Can we go straight? Ito na ho, budget na po ito. Finally, few frames lang ho ito, 4 ata, 5. The budget that we have is 22.8 billion, Your Honor. Approximately 7% of the national budget. Sorry. 0.7%.
Wait, DNR is not even 1%?
0.7, Your Honor. Less than 1%.
Including na your 7 billion. How much is your total?
Kasama na po yung NGP budget na 10 billion, Your Honor.
Huh?
Opo.
Your own, my God.
Anyway,
Parang
lalaki ho
DOE.
yan kasi kung ipasok nyo yung sa scrimp, yung sa coastal, yung sa if may pasok nyo po yung sa coral reef, tataas ng konti. But this is the comparison, Your Honor. Next frame. Ang comparison ho niyan, 2014 mataas kami, 2015 bumagsak sa 21, 2016 tataas ng 22.8. The reason being, Your Honor, is that baka matanong nyo bakit siya bumabagsak, bakit nagiging erratic. Because from here, 23, meron kaming mga single-use fund na tinatawag. For example, yung pagka-procure lang ng boat ng NAMRIA, one-shot procurement po yun. Meron kaming mga ganun na procurement na it has to be slashed after a year. But sa ngayon naman, mayroon naman kaming yung NGP nalikahan ng gusto kasi last year na niya, tumaas naman. Next frame. Per office ho, if you would note, Your Honor, substantial part ng budget namin wala na ho sa central office. These are all downloaded to the regional office in line bureaus and attached agencies, Your Honor. Next frame. Next frame. In terms of PS, MOE, and capital outlay, Your Honor, we are actually 16% PS, 38% MOE, and 45% capital outlay. This is a very beautiful budget, Your Honor, because our PS is very small. It's supposed to be, dapat nga yung mga 25% ang PS namin. But when I reviewed it, Madam Chair, the 16 actually can go to more than 20 also once we filled up all the positions that we have. Because we are now filling up the RAT plan based on the EO 366. We are now completing the appointments within the October, I believe. Next frame. In terms of distribution, as I mentioned, 16% PS, 38% MOE, and 46% capital outlay. Next frame. This is the special provision that we're asking, Your Honor, that it is actually in the 2015, but somehow it was deleted in the proposed 2016.
Please restore it.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Especially with El Nino.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Next frame, please. No more. Ito na po. Thank you very much.
Where are we going to get our funds for the protected areas? It is not identified here. We passed the law, and it will be passed before December. I did not see any earmarking for the protected areas.
Your Honor, we did not envision that, Your Honor, but we only have an expected 425 million. Lumaki rin po, 425 million for INIPAS. Pero it's really, it's very small.
At di
Yes.
mga 4 million lang.
Kaliit ho. Kung mapasan nyo na ho yung batas na yan, I do not know if you can put a funding provision doon sa batas.
May line item na kayo for the
We have-
in anticipation of the passage.
The
Importante may bahay nandyan.
May bahay na po.
Hanapan ko na lang.
Oo. Ang kailangan lang madagdagan. Pag napasan nyo yung INIPAS.
Sa dun,
Opo. You can call for us anytime, anyway, Madam Chair.
two things, arsenic bleaching and black sand.
Opo.
Black sand, bawal yun, di ba? Black sand mining,
Aha.
right?
In
Is
fact,
black sand mining allowed or disallowed?
Your Honor, yes and no, Your Honor. The black sand mining that we have been confiscating in the coastal areas of Ilocos, Apari, South Sur, parts of Zambales and Pampanga, Your Honor, these are all illegal black sand mines because this it did not get a permit because these are being extracted in the beach area, which is not allowed, Your Honor, beach mining. But there are MPSAs, we call it Mineral Production Sharing Agreements, signed before, not by us, Your Honor. We have not signed an MPSA within our term, Your Honor, na ang mineral na i-extract po nila, magnetite din. So therefore, there are mineral production sharing agreements that are either lump iron or magnetite. So there are also, pag na-operate po nila ito, these are legal mines because it's a 25-year contract. Pero yung mga dito ho sa Norte, LGU ang nag-issue po, hindi kami.
But the executive order of the president clearly states that black sand mining is illegal. Right? May executive order, hindi ba?
EU 79, walang identified black sand po doon.
Didn't the president issue an executive order on black sand mining?
In fact ho, mas malaki ho doon ng coverage ng EU 79. Kasi ang EU 79 ho, nilagay namin yung no-go zones. And beach areas are no-go zones.
So
buong
black
Pilipinas
sand
po yun.
mining in beach areas
No-go
is
zone.
illegal.
No-go zone po yan.
Is there no special... Ikaw nagsabi sa akin, sabi mo, galit na galit kasi presidente sa black sand mining.
Because of the,
Inuuka ang ano
yun
eh.
nga ho, beach areas.
Beach area, oh.
But all the magnetite ho actually come from the mountain. Bumababa naman ho yan, kaya ho nagiging...
Black
ang
sand mining
Galing
other
po sa
than beach
bundok yan.
areas allowed. As
Yung-
long as may permit sa inyo.
But not in beach areas. We will never issue, kasi bawal nga po. There is a what
Because
you call
I was
200
speaking,
meter
I don't want to
requirement.
mention it here on the record because there's a mayor in a town in a Yolanda affected area. Ang nagkwento pa sa akin, UN, si Margareta Wallstrom, the UN ISDR, said that the ex-mayor in a Yolanda affected area is proudly saying that he's doing black sand mining.
Sa totoo, Your Honor, I've seen the technology also. It's really so beautiful, kaya lang small scale siya. Ano po siya eh, si Mayor Javier po ito. Mayor of Javier Leyte also. If you do that along the beach areas, it will be illegal.
Beach areas are
Opo.
illegal.
Since for Yolanda ho kasi, ang gusto nila, yung mga walang trabaho doon, bigyan nila nung magnetic separator na yon na invented ni Mayor Javier. And they'll be able to earn, I think, 1,000 pesos a day for the purification or beneficiation rather of the mineral. So napakalaki hong tulong talaga sa Yolanda affected areas. Kami naman nag-review kami ng MGB. We are willing to do it only in Yolanda affected areas kung gagawin hong livelihood project lang.
So, good clarification. I thought black sand mining per se was illegal. So only in no-go zones, which is in coastal or beach areas. But small scale, not in beach areas, is allowed for livelihood purposes.
Ito lang ho sa gusto naming in consideration of the Yolanda affected areas lang po. Pero dun sa ibang lugar talaga hindi ho kami maka-agree dahil nauuka-uka ho yung beach areas.
Okay. Pag hindi apektado ang Yolanda, bawal ang black sand.
Bawal talaga.
Zambales, bawal.
Lahat ho yan, kinunpis ka nung...
May nagsabi sa akin ang asawa daw niya, nag-black sand mining Zambales at nahingi daw ng permit sa inyo. Sabi ko, hindi, alam ko yan ay bawal.
Alam ko ho, bawal eh.
Okay.
Talaga hong wala kaming, not a single permit, wala po kaming ini-issue.
Good.
Except ito hong pinakikiusap ng, in fact, endorsed by DTI to us, na it will really improve the income of the victims of the Yolanda, in Yolanda.
What do they do with it?
Maganda ho yung style nila. Yung black sand kasi, ilalagay mo sa parang maliit na gadget kasi laki nito. Pag giniling mo ng ganyan, nasiseparate yung yung magnetite from the sand. So, you beneficiate it from 20% to 62%. And it's really expensive pag naging 62 na siya. Wala siyang value at 20 to 30, pero it becomes very valuable at 60 and up. That's the reason why they would want to implement it.
Okay. Arsenic leaching in our water sources?
We have monitored it. In fact, we have a committee in the Palace, Your Honor, handling this, chaired by the Secretary of Health. And we have monitored, quite surprisingly, in
Saan yung report? Yung one page?
Florida Blanca, that area.
Basta meron na raw.
Florida Blanca area, that ang initial conclusion namin, Your Honor, which we submitted to the committee, is that we believe it is a Mount Pinatubo initiated bleaching or leaching. Kasi yung Mount Pinatubo nung nag-erupt, I think spewed millions of arsenic, tons of arsenic.
Okay. I won't ask the National Water Resource Board, just along with the submissions that I asked earlier, or maybe I'll ask them, what are you doing in anticipation of El Nino this last quarter and the first
Initially,
quarter
initially,
next
Your
year?
Honor, we have already cut the supply of Metro Manila by 3 cubic meters per second for the supply of Metro Manila, and we have already given zero for agriculture, zero release for irrigation, 3 cubic meters per second cut for Metro Manila, so that if the rain will not fall in that watershed around Angat, we will be able to control the supply for Metro Manila maybe up to March.
Okay. Forever, right? So, what will not? So, sinagot ni Secretary Pahi lahat eh. Oo hindi kayo nagtrabaho, siya lahat sumasagot. Ayun. Canada Waste.
Pwede hong sila naman pasagutin ko dyan.
Alam na ni ASEC Cuna,
Oo.
because Senator Escudero in his hearing, and I was there, we already said that we don't agree with the Interagency Committee's suggestion na ilibing yung basura dito sa Pilipinas. Hindi, pinapabalik namin. So we're asking the Interagency to reverse its decision, because they said in the beginning that was the recommendation, DFA and DNR, and somehow it was reversed. We cannot bury it in our soil. No. So what to do?
Your Honor,
No,
Yusek Leones and Asikuna can answer.
no, cannot. Why was it reversed? Nakiusap ba ang DFA sa inyo na i-reverse nyo? Kung nakiusap, kung meron nakiusap na ahensya dahil sa diplomasya, ay aminin na ninyo dahil sinabi ng inyong EMB na initially you were not in favor of it and then somehow it changed.
Ma'am, magandang hapon po. Actually, ma'am, I was the chair of the Interagency Committee, and at the time when we start hearing the Canada Waste, there are two prevailing problems at the time. Number one, yung port congestion, and number two, yung health hazards. Because at the time, the Department of Health told us that medyo nabubulok na yung mga waste. So isa yun. So during the time of, kaya nga sinabi sa akin ni ASEC Cuna na baka yung DFA, bakit daw their initial suggestion is to ship back. But based on our discussion with the DFA and the interagency, there are 4 documents that we base our decision. Number one, the letter of the DFA to the DNR recommending the approval of local treatment, considering yung dalawang problems natin at hand. Second,
The DFA actually recommended the disposition of the waste in the Philippines.
Yes.
That was contrary to what ASEC Domingo said in our hearing.
Second, in document po,
Maybe
ma'am,
you should submit those documents to the Environment Committee of Senator Escudero.
the next document, ma'am, yung reply of the reply of the government of Canada through the that it is that the Canadian government is is legally unable to compel the local shipper to ship back the waste because the same is a purely private commercial transaction. Third document is the result of the discussion of the DFA with the Basel Convention Secretariat. Based on their consultation with the Basel Convention Secretariat, we, as relayed by DFA, ang sabi po nila doon, ang Basel Convention Secretariat is not a court of justice, and we cannot adjudicate the case, we cannot submit the documents to them. What they can do only is to provide a venue for 2 parties to discuss and address the concern. The last document that we consider in coming up with that decision for local treatment is the opinion of the DFA citing there the implication if we pursue the case, to file a case against Canada before the International Court of Justice. Ang sabi po nila doon, it will be a protracted litigation, and then they strongly recommend that the two parties just amicably and bilaterally settle the dispute. So, ito po yung mga concern na kinonsider ng interagency in coming up with the decision of local treatment. Kaya nga po medyo hirap din kami dahil iba yung official na umaattend sa interagency, iba rin yung nagpapa-interview, at iba rin siguro perhaps yung umattend ng inquiry natin.
So you would say that you based your decision as chairman on the information given to you by the DFA.
Yes.
If you
But-
were to make the decision by yourself, by the DNR, you would have returned the waste?
As I
You
said,
would have-
ma'am, as I said, the documents will bear us out that the department has been very consistent that since then our position is to locally ship back the waste. But as I said, as Mitch Asikuna has said, it was an interagency decision considering all the different concerns. The concerns of the DOH on health, concerns of the BOC on the port congestion, concerns of the DFA when they coordinate with the Government of Canada, the Basel Convention Secretariat. So ito po,
So what's
considering
the
all-
way forward now, considering there's strong opposition from the LGU, from Congress, from NGOs, from
Actually,
the
nga,
people?
we were
Yeah.
discussing with Asikuna and kay Secretary Mon nga, ang problem natin ngayon, since the Senate has also the hearing, the August body has already contemplating on shipping back the waste. Ang problem natin ngayon, even if our position is to local treatment, to be honest, ma'am, personally, we are running out of options on how to address this problem. Like, for example, yung dalawang mga remaining container vans, nabubulok na po yung mga waste doon. So we really need to address those concerns. If we are pushing through with our plans to ship back the waste to Canada, ang main problem doon, ma'am, based on the BOC discussion, wala na pong shipping back na gustong kumuha nun at ibalik sa Canada. And beside that, yung Canada po talagang ayaw din naman nilang tanggapin.
Stuck with the waste.
Ako ho po sana, nung ni-discuss ko yan, is at the very least, a negotiable condition, there should be no repeat of this, Madam Chair. Meaning,
Will not accept that. Wag na lang, hahaba pa tayo. No. No to waste.
and
Whether it's now, yeah.
our position, Your Honor, never changed. We want it shipped back.
Correct. Let's just leave it at that. So, we want to ship it back. Yes, I agree with you, no repeat. But even now, we will not accept it. So, what to do? You want to provide a line item for the shipment back of waste. How much would it cost? But who will receive it? Will they receive it there?
Practically, Your Honor, we cannot put it in a museum anyway. We will have to dispose of it or allow it to rot there. So, nature will dispose of it anyway. It will rot. So, I think we have to be practical somehow. And we cannot, I believe,
Maybe there should be a deadline for the final decision on what to do.
we have to move forward, Your Honor.
Yes.
We have to move.
A final decision. Will you uphold the interagency decision, which we, in our hearts, don't agree with? Or change it, and what is that option?
Almost always, Your Honor, in governance, we implement certain things against our heart. And this could be one, Your Honor. That in our heart, in our minds, we want it reshipped.
You would accept that?
Yes, Your Honor. That's the reason why there must be a decision really to move forward. If
Question to ask for those running for higher office in 2016. What is your position on the Canada waste? And if you were asked how to deal with it, how will you return it if there is no receiving country? They will not. And who will spend for it? Magandang tanong yan, no? Ano sagot nila? Tignan natin. With that, we close your hearing. We deem it as approved. And I can call you naman anytime. Yes. Pumayat ka. Para ang laki ng pinayat. Di ba? Para ang laki ng pinayat ni Ana. Pumayat ka ba? Biyahe kaya yata ng biyahe.
Kararating lang ho niyan, ma'am, galing Chile, Ecuador kahapon, Uruguay.
Wait, the Oceans Month, are we participating in the Oceans Month in Chile?
Sa Chile ho, the DFA, the U.S. Embassy is really requesting us to participate,
I
Your
think you
Honor.
should send the...
Unfortunately, Your Honor, I cannot because it's October.
I cannot also.
I'm hosting the ministerial meeting for APEC in Iloilo. So I cannot really go.
October
So,
4 or 5.
4 or 5.
Why am
So,
I not invited there?
You are always invited, Your Honor. We know you don't need an invitation
No.
for Iloilo.
I'm the keynote speaker in I don't even share it, in the Energy Ministers meeting in Cebu. And in the DRR meeting, when? Next week. Environment pa ako hindi imbitado.
Ano ho to? Actually, the title, Madam Chair, is Food Security and Ocean.
And Oceans.
So actually, ang lead ho is DA. Kami naman is di ano lamang. Opo. Wala po. Mayroon kami last week, ASEAN lang, yung tinatawag na ASEAN Ministers for Agriculture and Forestry, and DA rin ho yun. ASEAN Minister for Environment. Meron. Sa October ba? Kailan? ASEAN lang ho ito, ASEAN Hindi po APEC. Wala. ASEAN lang ang environment. Sa APEC ho, isinama siya sa food security.
Wala, nakalimutan ko sabihin dito. Ito. Yung pangangailangan ng raw materials ng agency yung kahapon. Basta sinabi ko sa'yo, banana, cotton, and what's this other one? Banana and piña needed by NCCA, all their weavers as schools of living tradition. Is this part of the NGP, no?
Hindi po, kasi yung species na yun, hindi
Hindi
NG
pwede.
species. DA po yan.
Hindi pwede pang NGP.
Hindi po. Ang maximum namin, the smallest tree would be coffee. Kasi kailangan namin ng
Yeah.
watershed roots.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, we
Thank
see
you
you in
very
plenary.
Salamat po.
Hindi ko natanong si Manila Bay Office, ha? O basta, sinabi ko na, basta si Asik ko na lahat yan. Yung, hindi ko